Martha Whitmore,
Present.
Kathy Chandler Henry,
Present.
Alvin Vandenbrink,
Present.
Doug Monger,
Here, present.
Don Ely, Kathleen Curry,
Here.
Mark Catlin,
Here.
Mark Rober,
Here.
Mike Richard,
Here.
Reese Hazard. Here. Scott McGinnis.
Here.
Dan Winery,
Here.
Steve Beckley,
Here.
Taylor Haas,
Here.
Tom Gray.
Here.
Great. Well, we have a quorum, and Taylor, Mike, and Doug, thanks for tuning in again today. It's not always as fun to be on Zoom, so appreciate you doing that.
So I think today what we're gonna do is we, well, we hadn't finished the general manager's report yet. As of yesterday, we're gonna go ahead and deal with have presentations and discussions with two external speakers and go back to the general manager's report. The first is Erin Light, Division 6 engineer, who is not quite on. She got stuck in traffic in Steamboat. So actually, having been just in Steamboat this weekend, I can tell you what she actually got stuck in was piles of snow that are taller than my house, because there is more snow in Steamboat than anywhere else in the
Wow.
state. It's a fairly impressive place right now. But, and then the next presentation is Lori Weigel, who is been our district's pollster for quite some time, with some really interesting polling results that Zane and she will introduce. I think it's really worthwhile to focus on that. And then honestly, I think we're going to be close to our projected departure time here today. And I realize I'm cursing it as I say it, but somewhere around 2:15 or so, we should be done. That may involve a working lunch, just to be clear about it, since I think you'd rather work through lunch than stay later. So Erin is coming up. And I think Erin Light is just coming on. We'll see if she can get on and see her camera. Erin, if you don't mind turning your camera on and joining us, we appreciate you being here. Sorry that you had to sit in traffic yesterday.
Yeah, no problem. And let me get my, if I can. Move this over a little bit. There we go. So I'm not staring at a different screen. Technology today, you have all these different screens. So thank you, Andy, and thank you for the board for letting me participate today. Yes, yesterday was a bit of an adventure for sure. I wish I had realized before I left that the highway was closed and I would have gone through Meeker, but that was not what happened. So back at home now, and yeah, ready to go here this morning. Again, thank you for letting me present here. So Stephanie, I guess you'll be turning the slides for me, or do I have control?
I can do that.
She'll turn slides for you.
Okay, go ahead and go to the first slide, and it's just a little introduction of what I'm going to talk to you about this morning. I'm going to talk to you about the call on the White River, and then I want to just give you a little update on the over appropriation in Division 6, an upcoming project that we're working on here, and then a quick update on our measurement rules. So why don't we go ahead and dive into the call on the river. Go ahead. So the call on the White River, we have our calling location, and some of you guys may be familiar with our terminology, some of you may not, but we refer to the calling location. It is the location where the water right is not being met. So the structure where the water right's not being met. And in this particular case, it's the Taylor Draw Power Conduit. So that's right there at the Taylor Draw Dam. For those who use WDIDs, that's the unique identifier, and that's the number there for the unique identifier for Taylor Draw Power Conduit. And then another term we use is called calling priority or call priority And the calling priority is the most junior water right that we are allowing to continue to divert. And in some cases, the calling priority is actually the water right that we're trying to meet. So in other words, we're curtailing all junior diversions upstream to try to meet the demand of that senior water right that has requested the call. So today, that's what we have, is that we are curtailing everything that's junior to the Taylor Draw Power Conduit. Their more senior water right. Their more senior water right has the administration number there that you see, 4109100. Most of you probably know that we compute, it's the administration number is a computed number based on the adjudication date, previous adjudication date, and the appropriation date. And so that's the number that was developed using those dates. The water right for Taylor Draw Power Conduit is decreed for power generation, and it's for 620 CFS. Again, if you look at the adjudication date, that's a 1966 water right. And so you might hear me refer to that 620 CFS water right as the 1966 right. So obviously, when you request a call on a system, you have to have a measuring device. And there at Taylor Draw, they have a pressure sensitive sensor, which right now that pressure sensor is being read and taken. They're taking data every 15 minutes. And then they take that 15-minute data over a 24-hour period, average that data, and that's what's being submitted to DWR on a daily basis. They're submitting that through our online portal. Currently, the flows are still around 354 to 400 CFS. That's what's going through the power conduit. Goes without saying that they are having to, if you will, sweep the stream. They have to send all water through that power conduit. They can't spill any. So right now, all water that's going into the reservoir is going through the power conduit. And go ahead, Stephanie. So again, just looking at the water right portfolio for Taylor Draw, the Taylor Draw Power Conduit, the senior water rights, the 620 CFS water right, 1966 water right. And then they have a junior water right decree to that reservoir too. And I'm getting maybe into a little more detail with this group than I would maybe the general public, because I think it can tend to get confusing. But their junior water rights a 900 CFS water right with an adjudication date of 1982. And you can see there what the administration number is. Of that 900 CFS, 125 CFS is absolute and 775 CFS remains conditional. My recollection, that water right, the amount that's absolute is for power generation, but my recollection is that water right is actually decreed for other uses as well. Other bits of information that are just important to know and understand when you look at all these numbers, the turbine capacity 700 CFS is our understanding in reaching out to FERC, and Alden has confirmed that it's right around 700 CFS. They might be able to push a little bit more through that turbine, but probably be questionable to be able to do it safely. So anyway, what we envision with this call is that, well, in long story short, maybe I'll wait. I think I have a slide that we talk a little bit about future potential call on the system from this reservoir water right. So I'll come back to that 700 CFS. And then the minimum capacity is 175 CFS. So maybe keep that in mind as we go through the slides, that Alden and Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District needs to have 175 CFS to be able to turn the turbine and get some power generation. And I'll go ahead and have you go ahead and change that, Stephanie. I mentioned to you, keeping in mind the 175 CFS, and this slide shows the 175 CFS in that orange line. But let's look at this slide a little bit more. What I've done here is I've plotted in blue the average flows, and this is the average flows for the Boise Creek gauge. The Boise Creek gauge is located just upstream of Taylor Draw Dam and Kinney Reservoir. And so it's a really good representative gauge of what flows look like in the White River down near this calling location. So that you can see from those average flows, you see the average flows, the next line down is the 2021 flows. And the other straight lines, one of them represents the 620 CFS senior water right, that 1966 water right, and that's the one in yellow or gold. The other one, the one right above it, the green line, is the turbine capacity at 700 CFS, and then that 175 I was just referring to is a minimum generating capacity of that reservoir. And I think when you look at the average flows, maybe it's not as representative as I thought about more about this graph, and I had plenty of time in the car to think about it. Maybe that average graph is not so representative. I think if anything, it shows that maybe the intent was not always to try to get 700 CFS through that turbine 365 days a year. But I think that if you looked at some historic records, there'd probably be years when we did have 620 CFS running in that river year round. And I think it would be more interesting to actually break out some years where you saw heavy flows running through the river, as well as the lower flows like 2021. I think it would be interesting to plot some other years on this graph, as well as to take a different average over the last 10 years, look at some really dry years and see where the trend is as far as flows in the White River. I can tell you that undoubtedly 2018, 20, and 21, at a minimum, maybe even 2019, because the summer was so dry, the flows definitely, even in the summer, dropped below 620 CFS. But if we look at this slide a little bit more in detail at the 2021 values, which of course was a dry year, but if you look more like, if you say, look at the middle of August, so right between obviously July and September there, if you look at the middle of August and extend that out to about the end of September, you can see that Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District would have struggled producing power. And looking at our records, diversion records that we get from Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District, they did not produce power during that time, which makes sense. I think that their turbine, they can't just adjust their turbine that easily that, oh, the flows are above 175. We can turn the, you can get their turbine going and just fluctuate it back and forth. And obviously, Alden Vandenbrink is one of your board members and probably can describe that operation a little bit better. But it certainly, when I look at this graph, think sure, it makes sense that they shut down power generation in August and all the way through September, and weren't able to produce power in 2021 for a good chunk of the summer. Okay, go ahead, Stephanie. So right now, the call back, referring back to the call, we initiated the call on December 1st. And since that time, we have curtailed 16 CFS, all of that livestock watering diversions. And we're currently operating one augmentation plan. That augmentation plan is Natural Soda's augmentation plan that we're currently operating. And then we've been in contact with the oil and gas companies to discuss their water usage and what water they're using right now. Probably, the bigger oil and gas company that does much of anything up there right now is Caris. And we informed Caris about this call before it came on, and we told them, you better get your reservoirs full. They have a couple of reservoirs on Piceance Creek. They're not big, but we suggested and recommended they got those reservoirs full. So they did. I know one of them was full. I'm not sure if they was completely full, but that's their water usage right now. If they need any water usage, they need to use the water in those two reservoirs that they filled up. And then last, there's several pump stations, both along Piceance Creek and the White River, where a water truck can just come up to the water source and pump water out of it, typically for some type of industrial use, dust suppression or something like that. So where we could, and I think everywhere we've posted a tag. Some of you may be familiar with our tags that more or less notify people that there is a call on the system and you can't divert water. So that's how we've tried to deal with that. I think as spring starts to ramp up and we see more things, just summer coming back around, spring coming back around, we'll have to watch those pump stations a little bit more closely. Okay, go ahead. So when we talk about the call, and this is what I said, I'd come back to that 700 CFS. What I envision seeing here for the rest of the winter until spring runoff is we're going to see flows start to increase as it starts to warm up. We're going to hit the 620 CFS senior water right, the 1966 water right. So they'll be putting 620 CFS through the turbine. As long as they can continue to put water through the turbine and not spill, we'll then move to the junior water right up to the turbine capacity. So we'd be then curtailing under a 1982 water right instead of a 1966. And then, of course, once the turbine capacity is exceeded or they're spilling for any reason, the call will come off. It is my understanding that Rio Blanco Water Conservancy wants this to be a continuous call. So more or less, the discussions I've had with Alden Vandenbrink is that once flows come back down, the peak has receded and we're now back down below turbine capacity and they're not spilling, they want the call back on. So that's what I envision happening. When the call does come back on, it's obviously going to look a lot different during irrigation season than it does right now. One thing we noticed, so Alden first reached out to me in August, late August this last year, and informed me that the board was considering requesting a call on the river. And so at that time, I sent our water commissioners, I had actually a couple folks, they weren't even all water commissioners, but I had a couple folks come over from my office here and help the water commissioner over there to just kind of really go up and down the main stem of the White, I think is all they covered, just to see what people were diverting upstream at Taylor Draw. And one thing we did find that even in late August, when flows are low, there were several people diverting more than their water right. So we are going to see situations where we're going to be curtailing people with no water right at all, or they're diverting more than their water right. And then, of course, we're going to be making sure that whoever's diverting water is diverting it for the decreed uses and decreed place of use. And probably the big kicker for a lot of people in the White River Basin is we're going to be shutting off anybody that doesn't have a measuring device when the call comes on. And then last, and it's kind of in that order, we're going to look at, people that are diverting more than their water right or no water right at all and no measuring devices. That's who we're going to shut off first. If the water right's still not being met, then we're going to start curtailing as many juniors as needed to meet the senior water right that we're on, whether it's the 700 CFS or 620 that we're trying to meet. So 1982 water right or the 1966 water right. Okay, go ahead, Stephanie. So we talk about measuring devices. Many of you, if not all of you, have seen this slide or something very similar before, but this one's been updated to December of 2022. This is the measuring device count for Division 6. And you can see the White River down there where we still have just over 400 structures without measuring devices. We did have a meeting with the conservation districts. They had their annual meeting last week. The conservation districts did, White River and Douglas Creek conservation districts. And I did have an individual come up to me, and even my water commissioner, one of my new water commissioners, indicated they're surprised of that 400 number. And that's just raw data from our database. But the one gentleman that approached me thought it would be very interesting to see where those structures are. So I'm going to be working with our GIS individual to plot where these structures are located that don't have measuring devices and see if it's really concentrated to one area or if it's just, kind of all over the place. For all I know, a lot of these are below Taylor Draw Dam. So anyway, that's what we're looking at right now as far as a measuring device need in the White River Basin. Okay, Stephanie. So I just wanted to touch base a little bit on Division 6 over appropriation, and I think it's a good topic to talk about right now because I think everybody is familiar that typically when DWR sees a call on the system, we immediately start to ask ourselves, is the system now considered over appropriated? And it's been my personal opinion with the White River that I've believed it has been over appropriated for a while. And I say that because there's a 200 CFS in-stream flow water right on the White River from the confluent that runs from the upstream terminus. It's the confluence of the North Fork and the South Fork, all the way down to its confluence with Piceance Creek. So it's a long stretch of the river for 200 CFS. As years go on, I see more and more where the flows are not between 200 CFS. We can always look at I think if some people are familiar with the Coal Creek gauge, that's not necessarily a representative gauge. And when you're seeing that below 200 CFS all the time, but none of the other gauges, maybe not such a worry. But when you start seeing the ones below Coal Creek, also below 200 CFS, you're just starting to see a trend. And I'm seeing the trend that more and more often the gauges below Coal Creek are below 200 CFS. So there's that, where my mind has started to believe that we have some over appropriation status in the White River, more so than you see today. And then, of course, not only do we have this call on the White River upstream of Taylor Draw, we know, sure 2021 was a dry year, but I think you can go back several years and see where the Taylor Draw power conduit water right for 620 CFS has not been met. And not just on the tail ends of the year, the winter time of the year, but more and more so in the summer. And again, I think Director Alden Vandenbrink could tell you how much he's seen flows reduce down on the lower part of the river. So with that said, I do envision this map changing to indicate changing to show that the White River will become over appropriated. And that's just my thought, but my one brief conversation with Director Ryan about this, he would agree that chances are this basin is going to be designated over appropriated upstream of Taylor Draw. But that's not the only reason I wanted to show this slide. I think this slide is very interesting. And I hope you guys can get it in your meeting packet or have it electronically to see this map so you can look at it a little bit more closely and how Division 6 maybe has developed with their water rights and water administration. Because we did have water administration all the way back to prior to 1972 in areas such as Fortification Creek and the Bear River and other small tributaries here and there. And so it's a neat map to look at and just see the history of how water rights have developed. Maybe that might be one way to look at it, but certainly administrative calls have developed in Division 6. Probably the biggest area to look at is the 2022 area, what's kind of maybe a periwinkle color. It's kind of an off purple color there in the center. And obviously, as everyone's probably familiar with, Director Ryan did designate that basin over appropriated effective March 1, 2022. And at that time, he did allow individuals to come and get a new well permit up through, I think it was March of 2021. He gave notice and then allowed people to apply for new well permits up through that time for any use for any size lot. And then he gave water users who had an existing well that had been in existence that either it did not have a well permit or they were using the well for unpermitted uses. He gave them all the way to the end of December 2022, so the end of the year, this last year, to come and get a well permit for those existing uses without the need for to replace their depletion, so without the need for augmentation. As one would suspect, we always have a lot of people, I think it's human nature to procrastinate. So we definitely had a lot of new well permits filed with our office in that first deadline we had in March. And then we had a tremendous amount of, I don't want to say as much well permits as inquiry as into the situation at the end of the year. The last about 3 weeks of December were extremely busy for my staff and the Denver staff, answering a lot of questions about people's well permits, whether or not they had a valid well permit, whether they needed to do anything with their well permit. And then, of course, a lot of people applying for their well permit. So it was an extremely busy month, December, for staff and DWR. Okay, Stephanie. And then I just want to mention an upcoming project you can go ahead and change. I have an employee that has just taken the ball and really run with this project. I'm so excited about it. We are looking to installing data loggers and telemetry on all the structures on the Bear River system. We're looking at about 18 structures that we'd be putting equipment on with data loggers and telemetry. And This would be a radar type system, and that we would actually install the radar on the flumes. And then of course we'd log the data and all have telemetry. All that data would then be available online on our regular website for anybody to view. This is very similar, if anybody's familiar with the projects that have been done in the South Platte River Basin. Brent Shantz, if anybody knows him, he's one of our river operators in the South Platte River Basin, has pursued a lot of roundtable grant money and been able to acquire a lot of money through the roundtable to install data loggers and telemetry. Our equipment is going to be a little more higher tech than some of his first projects. He's actually got a project pending right now that will have some of the same equipment. But these radars that we'll be using are really top of the line equipment. So we're excited about that. Mindy Figueroa is our water commissioner that's really taken charge of this project, and she is submitting a grant application with the Basin Roundtable today. And then we'll be submitting another application with CWCB before the end of the month. So Stephanie, go ahead and switch the slides and I'll show you. So it's not the best picture in the world, but you can kind of see we'd have some type of cantilever out into the middle of the flume that is the actual radar that holds the radar. Right now, we will be working, and we've been working really closely, and I should say Mindy has been working very closely with our chief hydrographer on how we might design this. This is obviously designed on where there's an entirely different structure off of the flume that is housing the equipment, as well as has that cantilever with the radar. We've been wondering if it wouldn't be better to actually have something like that, but actually cantilevered off of the flume itself rather than buried into the ground, because it would probably require some more surveying and more frequent surveying to make sure that no datums have changed. So anyway, that gives you a little bit of idea of that project. I do know she reached out to the River District about the community funding partnership program that you have. And I do understand that the program doesn't typically provide grants to state agencies. I will say that with this program, the state of Colorado will not be owning any of the equipment. We're just pursuing the grants. This equipment will be owned by the ditch owners, and then we'll be providing in-kind services to not only maintain the equipment, but also install the equipment. And probably the most exciting thing about this project is that we've had a lot of support from the water users. We first met with them in person. Several of them, unfortunately, not all of the water users, but a good chunk of the water users on the system. And at first, we weren't sure that the reception was all that great. But now that Mindy has reached out to all the water users, there's a lot of excitement and support for this project. So we're really excited. And quite frankly, I think we're going to be successful in getting all the funds we need to pursue this project through the various other funding sources, the Roundtable, CWCB. And then we had a conversation with Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District yesterday as well, who are very supportive of this project. They have an interest in this project because they own Yamcola Reservoir, and obviously the water in their reservoir for irrigation purposes is a critical component of the Bear River system. So yeah, that's our project there. And then Stephanie, I'll let you go ahead and swap slides. Okay. Moving on to measurement rules, Stephanie, that was just my thing to say, don't forget to talk about measurement rules. But this photo, so you know, is a photo of Taylor Draw. But I'll give you an update on measurement rules. The deadline to file protests was December 31st. We did get 7 protests filed. And of those 7 protests, only 2 of them had any substantive comments to them. The other 5 were just more or less individuals, and I say individuals or entities wanting to just keep tabs on the process, wanting to just be involved in the process, but didn't have any particular comments. So with that, our attorneys are reaching out to each of these protestants to work on entering into stipulations with the protests. And so hopefully the 5 protests that we received that didn't have a substantial amount of comments, we can work through those protests relatively quickly, come to a resolution with those, stipulate out on those, and then work on the other two. The other two, one of them, I don't think the comments were huge. I myself have not read in detail the concerns on all of them, on those two, I should say. But my understanding is, speaking with attorneys, one of them, the concern should be easily addressed, and the other one might be a little bit more in detail. So that was a lot said in about 30 minutes, but that's what I have for my presentation. If there's anybody there on the board that has questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer anything that they have.
Questions for Aaron? Yeah, Tom.
Good morning, Aaron. This is Tom Gray.
Hi, Tom.
Hello. I was just wondering on the however you say it, measuring, telemetry. Where do you think this might be going, or what's your desire for it to go? Is the eventuality to have the state fund those kind of devices on all measuring devices, or at some point require owners to put that kind of measurement on their devices?
No, my main drive in focusing on the bear is the administration on the bear. The administration on the bear is extremely difficult, and it takes an extraordinary amount of time for our water commissioners to administer that system. All the way back to when I first started here, and obviously prior to that, our water commissioners, our one water commissioner on the Bear River, who also had other areas to cover, was working 60 to 70 hours a week all summer long. I knew that was not sustainable in time to expect to hire individuals to say, you have to put your entire summer aside and devote your entire summer to administering essentially the Bear River. So my hope here is to become a little more efficient with our administration. I think we're going to become not only more efficient, but more accurate with our administration, because we're going to have all the data right there at our fingertips to make decisions first thing in the morning before the water commissioner heads out and starts adjusting head gates. And I think that's the important thing. And we really emphasize this to the water users on the Bear River. Our water commissioner is still going to be out there every single day, 7 days a week, pretty much guaranteed. But she is going to know what decisions have to be made, or she's going to be able to make decisions. I should put it that way. She's going to be able to make decisions before even leaving her house in the morning, be able to communicate with the reservoir owners, both Bear River Reservoir Company for Stillwater Reservoir and for Upper Yampa Conservancy District at Yamcolo, and communicate to them where the call is set that day. Because in that system, we're changing the calling priority sometimes every single day because of various return flows and any rain event, anything that might happen. We could have a change in our calling priority, and that then changes when somebody's going to need reservoir water. If someone all of a sudden is pulled out of priority, they want to continue to run water. In order for them to continue to run water, we have to make an additional release out of one of the two reservoirs. So I don't foresee this expanding beyond the Bear River. And I say on my part in encouraging it. I think others are going to glom onto this and love it and want it for their system, to be honest with you, because I think people are going to really like what this provides. But really it's all about Bear River administration and being more effective and efficient and accurate in our administration.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Other questions? Alden, you have anything to add? You were mentioned several times in this presentation.
I don't have anything to add. Otherwise, if you have questions, I mean, I'd be happy to answer what I can.
Did I get anything wrong, Alden? Did I say everything accurately?
Yes.
I do have a question, just because for our staff's benefit, when we're out and about. Can you describe what's changed up there? And that I believe this is the first time your district has put a call this time of year, certainly if not ever, on that structure. And so just so we can relay that to other constituents if we're asked,
What's changed is when you have to do, as you guys know, dams are not cheap to operate and maintain. Over the past several years, we've had to do upgrades, drains, go into our penstock, do some maintenance work to our generator. I mean, you don't work on a dam like that without costing $1 million. Okay, so you better have that in your reserves, and your revenue from power sales is what pays for that to be done. And you've got a 30-year-old generator that's at its half-life roughly, but a dam that was constructed in 1983. And these things, if they're neglected, they cost you more. So if you don't stay on top of your maintenance, your costs will be even exacerbated with that. So we have stayed on top of our maintenance. So this has actually helped us reduce our cost on doing the maintenance of this project. But as you've seen with your remodeling, Wolford Mountain Reservoir, none of this stuff is cheap. And that simply comes down to the administration as my board doing something that's a fiduciary responsibility that they have to do. This is one way for them to recoup some of their revenues. And when you're seeing compounds with lower flows, as Aaron demonstrated, that was just 1 year. But I know I've personally seen where the White River flows below Taylor Draw Dam have stopped. So that's very real. And you have other water users down there that are impacted as well. But that's irregardless of this call. I'm just trying to demonstrate to you that the drought has impacted our revenues. Low flows means you can't turn power. Power equals revenues. Revenues equal us being able to pay our bills and do maintenance on the project.
I appreciate that. I totally understand how expensive it is to maintain
Oh, yeah.
a dam. So I get it. I just want to make sure we collectively heard that, because I do think we get questions.
And the other thing I would like to add with that is, I don't think people understand that it's a 2 megawatt generator. Okay, let's put that into perspective. At capacity, that provides enough power for about 2,000 to 2,500 people. And at half capacity, which we are at right now, no, that's about 1,000 to 1,200 people in our community that project is supplying electricity for.
Peter?
Director Munger has a
Oh,
question.
okay. All right, Director Munger.
So I'll be brief. I thank Sharon for your discussion and presentation, and I'm surprised that that it's just now that this river is becoming over appropriated because of the specifically the conditional water rights. It's notorious that the White River has some of the most number of conditional water rights sitting out there, which will probably throw havoc on the seniority as it goes through. So, and I just wanted to say that. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, even when Alden was the town of Rangeley, he had called me before talking about river flows. And then obviously when he became the director of Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District, he had called me when flows were getting low. So it's not that this came out of the blue. Alden's been in touch with me over the years. And I think it's just representative of the fact that the flows haven't been down. They're just, they're not there down at the power conduit. When you would have expected them to be there, that flows are reducing, and there's a demand for that, for fulfilling that water right.
Peter.
Hi, Aaron, Peter Fleming. Thank you for your presentation. I found it to be very helpful and informative. One of the slides was I think the list of how you were going through and curtailing rights. And I think it was titled Irrigation Season Administration or Irrigation Season Curtailment, or something to that effect. And I'm wondering if the non-irrigation season, if you have a different methodology, or if there's other actions you are taking or are not taking.
Yeah, no, exact same actions. And I think the big thing I wanted to emphasize with the irrigation season call, what I see being different, our administration is identical. Where I see it being different is there's just going to be more curtailment. This wintertime call was definitely a bit simpler for us when our water commissioners started going out and seeing who was on, it became very, very obvious who was on. I mean, all they had to do is drive up Flag Creek or drive up Peance Creek or along the White, because you could see melted snow where water was being put out for livestock. And so it's very obvious. Come irrigation season, it's going to be a lot more difficult, where we're going to have to be going more into each individual structure to see whether they're diverting, how much they're diverting, whether they have a measuring device, so forth and so on. So my purpose of that slide and putting that slide in there was just to indicate that I think it's going to be a bigger challenge for us during irrigation season, because there's more water usage, and I'm operating on one full-time employee and one half-time employee in the White River Basin. Which with that in mind, if we foresee this being a continual call going forward, I've already alerted our budget manager that we're going to need more staff in the White River Basin, because 1.5 people cannot cover an entire call during irrigation season when there's that much more water usage.
Thank you.
Aaron, this is Andy Mueller. I just want to say thank you so much for coming. Again, sorry about having to sit in traffic or the road closure forever yesterday. Thank you for trying to get down here. We appreciate that. Appreciate you being willing to switch on to Zoom. We'll just say I'm really impressed with the snowpack in your hometown there. So.
Yeah, I did not give you an update on that. I tell you, we have so much snow. And Andy, or any board member, I don't know if you've been up here, but we have so much snow, and it's not just on the mountains, it's low-lying snow. Looking at our snow banks, I'm like, our snow banks are as high in my driveway as they were in March in 2011. And we still got another 3 inches overnight, and it just doesn't seem to ever stop. But, you know, Andy and to the board, I will make it there in person sometime, I promise. I have told Andy I'm going to make it, and I failed yesterday, and it was not for lack of trying. So anyway, thank you very much.
Aaron, we have one more question from Director Hazard.
You bet.
I was just wondering on your comment about administration back to 1972. What did that mean? Did that mean that's as far back as your data goes, or you haven't had issues since then? Or
Yeah, so like by way of example, funny enough, we don't know when, we don't have data to indicate when we started administering calls on, say, for example, the Bear River and Fortification Creek. Those are the ones that come to my mind first. But rather what we have are letters from previous division engineers to the state engineer that indicate these are the systems now over appropriate. So you see some various dates in there, like a 1972 letter, and I forget some of the dates of the other letters or other dates in that map. And those dates represent what we have as tangible evidence. It's a letter from the division engineer being submitted to the state engineer. These are the basins that are considered over appropriate. So when we look at those dates, we know that sometime before 1972, Fortification, Bear, and some of these other systems had some call on their systems, and the division engineer at the time considered them over appropriate. And I don't know enough history to say, was it the division engineer back then that recognized the basin over appropriated? Unlike today, which the state engineer makes that final decision. But you know, as you kind of look at that map and look at the dates, you can kind of start to put together the history that some time between 1972 and 1984, other systems started to see calls on the system, and the division engineer considered the system over appropriate. So does that answer your question?
it does. Thank you.
Aaron, thank you so much, and we will welcome you when you make it over to this side of the district.
You bet, and I'll make it happen. I'll be there.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
We do have Lori online, and Zane is going to step up and introduce this issue, I think, for us.
So our next agenda item is some really interesting polling results.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, I want to introduce Lori Weigel, and I'm going to give just a quick 2-minute introduction of her. She's a familiar face to many of you. Lori is the principal of Newbridge Strategies, which is a Colorado-based polling and public opinion research firm. She's done a lot of work for us, more than a half dozen constituent surveys since 2009, in addition to hundreds of political and public affairs campaigns in Colorado and throughout the country. Her work is primarily focused on polling for and against ballot measures. In the 2020 election, she did some very important work for us related to the 7A ballot measure. Consistent with board direction, River District staff conducts polling on a triennial basis, mostly to ensure that we're taking meaningful steps to measure and track district-wide awareness of us as a governmental entity, the work that we do on behalf of our constituents, and the most likely the most important part, the constituents' awareness of the threats facing Western Slope water. In December, Lori conducted for us, because this was a triennial polling year, a poll of, or survey among 500 registered voters living within the district. The poll was in the field from November 30th to December 6th. And she'll unpack her analysis for us, but I want you to pay attention to some of the helpful tracking that she's done, comparisons of responses in this poll when compared to similar questions or the exact same questions being polled in previous surveys since 2009. The sample was drawn proportionally from all of the counties that we represent. Interviews were conducted via live telephone and by email and text invitations that took survey respondents to a web-based version of the survey. She was able to establish quotas for key demographic subgroups such as gender and age. The margin of error for this poll was 4.38% for the overall sample, although the margin does vary for different subgroups. So with that, why don't I shut up and turn it over to the expert. And Lori, thank you for being here. It's always good to see you.
Well, thank you. I wish I could have been there in person, so I apologize for that. I am going to share my screen. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. And then I can move it into slideshow. I'm sort of in the spare bedroom mode today, so apologize for that. Given the snow, I have been stuck before on I-70 trying to, so let's see from beginning. Please work. There we go. Okay, excellent. So since I'm not there to see anyone's quizzical faces, we've left time for questions at the end, but definitely if there's some sort of important clarifying question, feel free to stop me at any point. I will stress that consistently over time, I won't go through the whole methodology, which was my next page because Zane explained it more than adequately, but keep in mind that we're talking to voters throughout the district. We're trying to keep a consistent point of comparison over time. And there've been some years, obviously fairly recently, especially that we wanted to look at people that could weigh in on, especially district funding via the ballot box. So that's sort of, it's a little bit different than if we were looking at adults. They tend to be more likely to be homeowners, more likely to be better educated, a little bit older than just adults throughout this throughout the district. So there's a few distinctions that I think can come into play, but we've wanted that consistent reference point over time. So I'll start with happy news. It's boy, I guess really being in people's face and the great job that you guys have done with the over the course of the last few years. We are getting more people indicating awareness and a positive opinion of the district than we have in the past. So this was the highest level that we've seen, about 3/4 saying that they have a favorable impression. Now, one thing I will say that we didn't do this time, we have done in the past, people have a tendency, even if they're talking to a complete stranger on the phone or filling something out anonymously, they'll have a tendency to over-report a little bit. But that's why this trend is so helpful because we've sort of been hovering around this 60% threshold for a long time. And this is the first time we've really seen this bump up. So I will say that when we've asked people in the past, like, what do you know about the district? And it's a little bit mushier than this might indicate. But still, it's a clear indication that I think the afterglow of the election and just greater awareness about some of the threats to the river has really kind of highlighted the role of the district there. And we haven't seen that sort of thing, just as a comparison point, if we look at Colorado state government. In fact, people are a little more negative in this district about state government than they have been, say prior to the pandemic. So that's a kind of a helpful comparison point as well. So we have, and again, it is sort of the great fortune. I will say lots of the work we do on water, it will be like, oh, this is the first time we've ever thought to ask people questions is when they're facing a crisis. So it's incredibly valuable, the fact that you all have invested in this type of public opinion research in the past, because we're going to see there's some changes over time when we look at how people are responding. And I know, especially folks in the room, that some of these may be more difficult to see. But what we've done is over time, we've asked people a number of different ways of thinking about water. So some of these you might be like, well, that's the same thing. But essentially, we're trying to suss out some distinctions in terms of how people think about water in the area, and then some different but often related dynamics as well in terms of different issues. And for each of these, we ask them as a problem and ask them to tell us, do they think that's an extremely serious problem, very serious, somewhat serious, or really not a problem in this part of Colorado? And they've been thinking about the West Slope in their county over the course of the interviews. So when we do that, you can see that really when I look at the intensity there, the folks that are saying it's extremely or very serious, I mean, all of these basically they're saying are at least a somewhat serious problem facing this part of Colorado. But there's more of a divide when we look at the intensity, those saying extremely or very serious. But essentially we've got about 3/4 or greater saying anything from inadequate water supplies, availability of water for farming and ranching, more frequent droughts, lower snowpack, a little more intensity when it comes to levels of water in Colorado rivers. But that's a lot of people telling us that any one of these are a problem. It's more than are saying the economy is a problem, or taxes, or the price they pay for water. So to place that in perspective, the water is a big problem, and they're basically acknowledging that. I will note that availability of water for recreation, while that can be very much the focus of people that rely on the water for, rely on rivers for their tourism related businesses or things like that. Overall, people do place that as a somewhat lower priority, and that has been very consistent. We saw that over the course of the campaign as well, in terms of where people were focused, that they were more focused on farming and ranching and their use of the water than they were on those recreation related businesses. And we'll say that, sorry, working from home, all the glamour. I don't know if you can hear my dog. But if you look back, you'll remember 2013 was also a very significant drought year. We have basically eclipsed the concern levels that we saw in 2013. So if you look at level of water in Colorado rivers, that's 23 points higher this past December than it was in June of 2013. So, and I could go through almost all of these, we're seeing way more significant concern and people expressing that as a problem. It's not true on everything, like wildfire conditions, about on par, but for lots of these, inadequate water supplies is up 26 points from June 2013. So even in one of the years that we saw like the greatest level of concern in the past, levels of concern are far eclipsing that today. And that's really, when you look at these concern levels, I mean, level of water, lower snowpack, you know, we sort of divide the district different ways, north, south, east, west. Mesa County is large enough to stand on its own, but in all of them, these issues are really top of the heap in terms of people's focus and concern. We also asked, we went way back in the archives, looked at a question that we had asked in 2009 and thought, well, let's see and refresh and update that. Ask people to tell us if we're in a drought or not. And usually we have been doing the polls in early summer. So this is sort of a little bit of a different time of year, but you can see just how dramatically different this is. I mean, 60 points. There are very few things, even in this time span, I can tell you that have changed this dramatically. So at this, 77%, 3/4 telling us that they feel we're in a drought, 2/3 essentially telling us they feel strongly about that. So it's just a really different level of concern. We've also asked a question asking them to tell us whether we have an adequate supply of water to meet future needs, say 10 years from now. I know you all really think in longer time horizons. When we've asked people in other research, like, okay, let's think about long-term problems. What would you say is long-term? Most people have been in around the 10-year phase. They never think about like 50 years from now. 20 years is like almost to the moon. So we've sort of adopted that in lots of the questions we've asked over time. And you can see that for the most part, I mean, people have been saying it's inadequate, for quite a while, pluralities at least consistently, but it's really spiked now. So again, 2013 was sort of the high point previous to that, and now we're at 84% saying that that it's not adequate to meet our future needs. So very, very really dramatically different than what we've seen in the past. And this is another one, we tracked some of these, not all of these, but everyone recognizes the importance, whether it's to them personally, whether it's the economy on the West Slope. And overwhelmingly now we're seeing that they're saying it's in greater need of protection, or that the Colorado River and the rivers and streams that flow into it are really threatened. And so it's been a really sort of different conversation. Now the importance, this is kind of notable. The importance numbers have actually gone down slightly from what we've seen over time. Could be an influx of newcomers. I'm not gonna guess as to what all. We didn't see big differences there in terms of demographics, but definitely we have a majority continuing to say that this very well describes the Colorado River, that it's in greater need of protection. We have plurality saying it's threatened, again, on par with what we saw in June 2013. And the proportion that say it's healthy has dropped substantially. So this, again, is the intensity. Those saying it very well describes the river and the rivers and streams that flow into it. So there's, a little bit of a sense of change in terms of what we're seeing there. So one other question that we pulled back out of the archives to look at and added a few twists here was looking at threats to the availability of water for use in Western Colorado. And added, the new ones that we added were the out-of-state investment firms and hedge funds purchasing Colorado water rights up at the top, and then foreign governments purchasing Colorado water rights. So again, the horizontal bars here are in my color, magenta, are telling us those are people that say that's very much a threat to the availability of water. The total that say it's at least somewhat of a threat is in the column there at the very end. So a majority say that all of these are at least somewhat of a threat, but look at the, just the disparity here in terms of folks feeling like this is more of a threat. We've consistently seen that out-of-state water interests. We used California way back and have just continued to use this exact phrase. And you can see that people have consistently said, a majority have consistently said out-of-state water interests such as California are a threat, but that's at a higher level today. Obviously the two new ones, we don't have a trend line on that, But, you know, there hasn't been a big change in terms of people looking at the Front Range. There has been a spike in those concerned about population growth in the area and a gradual increase in those focused on climate change. But what has actually gone down is concern about water waste, especially by residential consumers. That has actually gone down. Waste of water, and again, we're just trying to say this in colloquial terms, but by farms and ranches went up slightly, but is still by far the least apt to be deemed a threat here. Most people think that folks are doing what they can to conserve water and to be wise stewards of that resource. It's sort of these outside aspects that are really playing in here. And I will note that in a lot of cases, there aren't really distinctions in a lot of the demographic subgroups. This is one where we did see a distinction where climate change was the top of the list among Democratic respondents throughout the district, whereas that didn't enter the top tier for our Republicans and unaffiliated respondents. So let's all keep going. I can't see you guys because I'm in this weird place, but we did ask them, so, you know, again, we looked at all these different perceived threats. Then after all that, we said, okay, how much have you seen, read, or heard about investment firms or foreign governments purchasing water rights on the West Slope? Now, I always tell people, take these with a grain of salt. You know, if we'd asked an open-ended question asking them what they'd specifically seen, read, or heard about that, might not be exactly as much information or as detailed. But I really look at the folks that are more intense here. 9% said they'd seen a lot. So fewer than 1 in 10 have really kind of have a greater sense of awareness. Those are the people that really often can read back to us, you know, feedback to us, you know, more detailed perceptions of an issue. So people are saying, yeah, maybe I've heard that, but probably not a great deal of specificity there. It does tend to be a little bit higher in the West region. You know, we sort of split it and looked at upriver versus sort of downriver. It does tend to be a little bit higher, especially in like Mesa County there. When we gave them a little bit of an explanation, telling them that, and I won't read this whole thing, that they've been purchasing farms with senior water rights throughout the river basin, gave them one example of that, asked them how concerned they were about this phenomenon. And we have more than 4 in 5 saying they're very concerned. Virtually everyone says they're at least somewhat concerned. So when they hear a little bit more, doesn't matter if they'd seen, read, or heard about it before or not, they are quite concerned about this issue. And then we gave again, it's in italics here. It said some people have proposed using voluntary land conservation agreements. A lot of people aren't familiar with the word easement, so we try and explain it a little bit. With willing farmers and ranchers that would pay those landowners to preserve their water right and keep that water in Western Colorado, and then ask them. And mostly we're just asking them this question to see, because it's a harder thing. It's really easy to say, oh yeah, I support that. But when we ask them if they're willing to basically take their hard-earned money and give it, you know, fork it over in the form of a small increase in taxes to the river district in order to protect West Slope water through these land conservation agreements, are you willing to do that? That's a little harder question. So obviously not placing it in the form of a ballot language or anything like that, we get a very positive response. 4 in 5 saying that they support that, 42% saying that they strongly support that, only 1 in 5 opposed when we frame it like that. And again, ballot language, there's all this Tabor rules and all that rigmarole that you all will well remember from the experience a few years ago, that can deflate that level of support. But at least in concept, we do see that people are fairly supportive of that. No one will be shocked. Conservative voters tend to be the least apt to be supportive of tax increases, even conceptually, but it is overwhelming here. And I think it really speaks to to what we saw back in 2000 as well, where there was support across party lines for helping fund the district's work in this field. And again, it's really supported throughout the region as well. We did want to push back on that and just see, okay, let's simulate a little bit of dialogue. So these were both rotated. People,
Lori, can I interrupt you for a minute? This is
yeah,
Andy.
sure, sorry.
Can you just define north, south, east, and west, which counties are in there, just so that the directors all can identify where they are?
Oh, yeah, let me pull that up when I'm off screen. Sorry, I'm limited to one screen right now, but I can get right back. East and west was, I think we've split at Rifle. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, so I can't rattle off every single county, but I can definitely do that. I've only got like 2 more slides.
Why don't,
That
yeah,
work? Yeah, okay, sorry. Let me get you that, or actually, let me ask my colleague if she can just text it. Sorry, I meant to include that slide in the presentation. I failed to. So we did give them a little bit of a simulation of a pro and con here and ask them which side, essentially, which one matches closer to what they think. And sometimes we'll get a really big drop in terms of overall support. And again, it was at 80% conceptual support. When we push back at all, saying basically it's not a good time to raise taxes, people are struggling, cost of housing and groceries and gas and every other thing, as you all know, then we do get to a place where it's about a 2 to 1, 67%, so 2/3 telling us that they still agree more with those who say that we ought to invest in this and increase taxes. 32% saying they oppose that. Obviously, some people were unsure. And again, we still see very strong support across the board, across party lines, across gender groups. Younger women were slightly lower, which is a little unusual, but they tend to be more focused on household budgets. So yeah, so good question. I might stop sharing. I can always pull it back up. And that way I can get you guys the regional breakdowns as well. So while I'm doing that, any other questions?
Questions, yeah, Director Curry.
I looked up the wrong way. I had a question on if she's only doing 1 or 2 more slides, I had a question on the slide in the presentation, but should I go back to that or?
Yeah, go ahead and ask that. 'Cause
Okay.
I think she's to her slides.
Okay, there's a slide in the packet that we got, or in the presentation that we got that talks about the regions. I guess it's page 259 in our PDF, if you want to look. It talks about the regions and how, what they are concerned about in terms of threats. And I noticed that the East region didn't list water users from other parts of Colorado as a threat. And I just am not understanding why the eastern counties in our district wouldn't be more worried about water users from other regions in Colorado. I mean, they're right there, the most vulnerable. And that didn't even make the list. So if it's
Yeah, I see what
page 259, if you look at the East region.
So it's not that they're not saying that that's not a threat. It was just not in the top 5 of the higher proportions. So we just had more people in that eastern region that were concerned about wildfire. So it wasn't that they were not including it at all or not saying it was a threat. And I can pull up the cross-tabulated data right now and speak to that, what the exact percentage was. So it just wasn't in their top 5.
Right.
So some of those others were a little bit higher. And let me.
Why would foreign governments be more of a concern than Denver?
Depends on the question. If you look at the top, it says out of state foreign governments or to local water. It doesn't say east slope, west slope, so on. So what was the question?
Because the other areas do have a little yellow bar. Water users from other regions, like in Mesa County, for example, is listed, because you're right, if the question doesn't prompt that. But I just thought that was weird. Didn't make sense to me that they'd be more worried. And why are we worried about foreign governments? That's a new one too.
So the question is, the following list of issues are sometimes said, I'm sorry, are you looking at the one that says, what are problems? Or are you looking at threats?
It
Threats.
says every region is more concerned about threats. So I think
So the question wording's at the bottom of each slide. It says next, the following are some things which some people say are threats to the amount of water available for use here in Western Colorado. For each one, please indicate if you see that as very threatening, somewhat threatening, only a little threatening, or not threatening at all to the amount of water available for your use. And then all those things are randomized. So some people hear population growth first, some people hear waste of water first, right? And so they're all randomized and they respond for each one on that 4-point scale. And then regionally, we just pulled out because it's a little easier to read the percent that said it was very threatening for each of those different particular threats, the top 5. It doesn't mean that they didn't say it was a threat at all. And the proportion in the East, sorry, let me get to it, that said, sorry, I'm on the different battery, so I'm going to the ones that said it was a threat. No. Sorry, I have like 400 pages of crosstabs, so I want to make sure I get the,
Hey,
to the
Lori,
right page.
while you're looking, I might just chime in here as someone who's lived in one of these eastern counties for a long time. I would say a lot of it's just what's in the press. 15, 20 years ago, the Denver water West Slope issues were in the press all the time. They are not in the press nearly like as much as they used to be. And we're seeing like Wall Street Journal articles and LA Times articles about the export of water through alfalfa to Saudi Arabia and to China. So I think it's just, I would guess it's just what media is available and what is kind of front of mind. And again, yeah, we're hearing more about the WHAM stories, those kinds of things are way more in focus.
Yeah, so we had 53%, so it's a majority, say it's very much a threat that water usage from other regions of Colorado, such as Denver and other Front Range cities, would take that water. So, but it was higher in the West. It was at 67%. So it was in the top. So it was just beyond the top 5 for the Eastern region, which I can pull up the list, I hope, of what those are. So, sorry. So East is Eagle, Grand, Gunnison, Pitkin, Route, Summit. West is the rest. Do you want me to?
Yeah, and then north.
Yeah, if you could do north and south.
Yeah, North, Eagle, Garfield, Grand, Moffett, Rio Blanco, Route, Summit is north. So we basically, go ahead, sorry.
Thanks. We have a question from Director Gray and then Director McGinnis.
Lori, thanks for your presentation. I'm always really intrigued by polling. And then you said something earlier about people normally don't have long range views of what's going to happen or what has happened. And I was thinking a good example would be, as Taylor said, what have you experienced or heard lately really affects perception. If you ask people in Steamboat Springs this morning, poll them, you would probably find that they're not too worried about drought.
Yeah, well, I will say this one thing, and that has been true, that it matters if it has snowed lately or rained lately, and some of the responses that we get. I will say gradually over time, we have seen a general increase in concern about inadequate water supplies. People are starting to, again, see things like communities in Arizona being totally cut off from water. So I do think we have seen a little bit more that this is just because it snowed doesn't mean that potentially we're not going to have problems in the future, that there's kind of a sense that, things are different, a little bit weirder than they have been in the past. And that might be potentially that every time it snows, we're not like, oh, great, this big problem is totally gone. So we'll see I mean, it could be, I'm actually finishing up some interviews statewide in Colorado where in part we're asking about water. So I can definitely report back in a few weeks, once that's public, and be able to share with you guys if we saw statewide numbers, because we've been polling just, you know, well, still in the field right now, if that has changed at all. But I do think that there's just a little bit of a different feel today than what we saw, say, when everything spiked in 2013, and then it just sort of reverted back to normal.
Director McGinnis.
Yeah, I would just say in Mesa County, that's an outlier on the foreign governments being at the top. I'm not aware of any foreign governments, and we've got a clerk and recorder down there that accused stand-up group. But the Chinese tapped into the city election. The Chinese did this, the Chinese did that. So I'm sure they brought up, because water is so sensitive, the Chinese are buying our water, and that's probably exactly. So that's an outlier, that one. What's more interesting is the other, as you mentioned, Kathy, the water users from other regions. I'm kind of surprised by how low that is, because people knowledgeable in the field, that's a top priority.
Yeah, so again, it's their perception, it's their response when they hear about that. It sounds like that could be, you know, a major threat. So it doesn't have to mean that they've necessarily seen something about it. Again, we only saw 1 in 10 that had any sort of, you know, great deal of information about the problem. So, but when they do hear about it, it's notable that they consider that to be a top tier concern.
Other questions? Lori, I had one, Kathy Chandler Henry. There's a slide that asks about the different importance, and the importance to the economy on the western slope has dropped from the readings in 2009, 13, and 16. How do you interpret that? That seems odd.
I know, it does seem odd. So, and we kind of saw it drop a little bit overall. I don't know if it's a sense that, you know, that people are working in lots of different industries, and maybe a perception that it's not quite, the economy may not be quite as focused on agriculture as what we've heard about in the past. I mean, people still very much want to protect and take care of and work with ag in order to ensure that they have adequate water supplies. I mean, obviously that was what really resonated in 2000 in the campaign and the polls that we did there. So again, sometimes just diversification of an economy and a perception that that's happening could be impacting those responses.
And Lori, this is Andy Mueller. I want to say, for me, the thing that stands out the most is one of the new questions that we asked you to poll, and that has to do with the out-of-state investment firms being perceived as truly the biggest threat to Colorado water law or water rights and water security. And I think that the board, we'll talk about this in future meetings, but that is something our board has looked at. We call it water speculation. Others call it a water market. But I think that understanding that our constituents view that as a threat, whether they're properly informed. Mr. McGinnis is bringing that question up, in parts of this poll, but I do think it's important for all of us to recognize that. And I don't know, Lori, have you done any polling elsewhere in Colorado on kind of that out-of-state investment issue, or is this the first time you've looked at that?
No, we are breaking new ground here. So this is the first time we've looked at that. We've looked at lots of other water issues, but yeah, it's the first time we broached this idea.
Okay, thank you.
I know there's a hand up in the Zoom. I don't know if you guys can see that or not.
Dirk Munger.
Yeah, so thank you, Lori. This is great information. I'm always intrigued. I'm concerned that we're not getting the message out on the cutbacks that we had on the river system itself. because I heard on Colorado Inside Out and I heard on Colorado Politics and how much the cuts are in California and how hard they're getting hit. And yet we went from, 4.5 to 3.5 and whether we're getting the message out there. And that kind of was not pulled as well. So we need to figure out how we can get that message out a little better to our public. Thank you very much.
And I'll respond to that, Lori. I think that's on staff's shoulders. We had a limited battery of questions and did not prioritize that, but I think that's an important thing for us to consider for future surveys. So thank you for flagging that, Director Monger.
Lori, Kathy, again, one further question. The perception of the River District is remarkably high. Were there any open-ended questions or comments you have that would indicate what's driving that? Is it the community funding partnership? Is it new directions that staff is taking, or what's driving that?
It's our board.
It's the
Kathy.
board.
Sure, it is the board. I know. We always write the best surveys after the fact because I would have loved to have dug into that, knowing what the results are now to find out. So that's sort of a mental asterisk that I'm holding, that down the road, we ought to ask a more open-ended question again. I do think that, it probably is, it really is the good work of the staff and the board and just a little bit of a greater recognition of the fact that you guys are working on these issues at all is something that people have cared about. I mean, there've been so many news stories and articles, and a lot of times people say, oh yeah, everyone's going to have heard of this, and we'll end up with no one having heard about a problem before. And it's just because people lead busy lives and are, doing things and working and taking care of kids and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, this is one case where there has been, a really consistent drumbeat and perceptions have dramatically changed. So I do think that's probably part of it. It's just they're paying more attention today than they were, some time ago.
Higher taxes drive higher satisfaction.
Right.
Not necessarily.
I would comment on that as from a staff perspective, the numbers and the gradual increase in favorability and awareness of who the River District is does track well along the amount of investment and time that staff and the board have put into the rebranding, increasing our radio ads, social media, videos. All of that started to really roll out in late 2018, and we've seen a consistent uptick since 2019.
What Zane really means is we hired Zane Kessler in September of 2018, 2017, and ever since then, we've been on this upward trajectory.
Director Whitmore.
But seriously, think about how the numbers have increased at the annual forum.
Yep.
Think about how the numbers have increased at the State of the Rivers and how many more State of the Rivers we've done. And I think, over the last couple of years, I think that is reflected in people being more aware of what we're doing. And I think it's hugely important. And does reflect good work by
Return on investment. So
Saying any wrap up here?
no, thank you to the board for continuing to support our work in this area. I think it is important to be able to measure and track where our constituents are at and whether we are seeing return on the investment of staff time and resources. And as always, it's a pleasure to work with Lori. And thank you for your work on this, Lori. And unless there are other questions, we'll move on.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say in wrapping up is, this polling helps us as staff understand our constituents' concerns so we can help provide the services that meet their needs. And I appreciate having this as a guide to kind of think about what it is that's on the minds of constituents. We all think we know because we talk to our friends or we talk to people that we know, but even in our district, we have 500,000 people, and I guarantee you, I don't talk to even 1,000 of those on a regular basis. So it really helps us at staff get a better feel for what those issues are out there and how we can continue to provide the best services for our taxpayers. So I appreciate the ability to do this. And I will say, I've talked to a number of other agencies in this arena, and most of them are really surprised that we have this long history of polling that guides us. And it's not an accident. Those are the same agencies that are asking us how it is we stay out in front on all these issues. It's interesting.
Yeah, good perspective. Yeah, Director Hudson.
When Lori was talking about the east-west areas, could you tell me, I didn't hear you say Saguache was in the east. Was that included, Saguache County?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sorry. I lost my list. Let me email that to you guys so that we've got the full list and make sure that I'm being comprehensive. Sorry.
Thanks, Laurie.
Thank you. Director Venom, or Greg, yeah.
I see the presentations in our packet, but can we get that in a separate email so I can email this around to our county commissioners?
Yes, I have the analysis slide deck that I can. send
That'd
out
be
to
wonderful, thank you, because they'd like to see this too.
Oh, yeah, it's of interest to a lot of people, so send it out.
Thank
to
you very
everybody.
All right, great. Let's take a short break and be back by 10:05, and we will get back to the general manager.
Leaving.
Gotta take your seat.
I know, I'm impressed. You banged your gavel on me.
Okay, one day. It's my, how to tell it. I want me to tell you some of the action problems that.
Right.
Yeah.
That was my dream.
Yeah. The side of the table abandoned. Yes.
Wow.
So the meeting was called to order and they all left, so I don't know.
Do we have a sergeant at arms who can go around people?
That's you.
I was gonna say general
I
counsel.
think they're in the.
Some useful.
Thanks, Scott.
I'm sorry.
Don't believe it. Had to get off the hook.
You're such a nice girl.
All right, we are going to jump back into item number 10, General Manager's Report, and I believe we're on staffing discussion. That's page 73 in the PDF.
We are on staffing discussion, and before I commence the discussion from the memo, I want to introduce our newest employee, Betty Diaz. Betty is our accountant and working with Ian, keeping our record straight, doing a great job. Want to welcome her. We're really excited to have her. She's extremely well qualified, native of the Valley here, and just really an impressive employee to have on the team. So I want to welcome Betty. I'd love for staff to get to know her during lunch or any other great opportunity. Really great to have you on board, Betty. Thank you.
Welcome.
And so staffing, keep in mind Betty is a replacement, not a new position. So if you'll recall, in October, the board expressed some concerns about staff's desire to prioritize some matters and maybe not participate in some issues due to our staffing. You'll note, based on our discussion yesterday, the workload's not getting any less. The discussion over the last several years, the board asked if myself and Audrey and Peter could go back and come up with a staffing plan that would include new positions. We presented that to you in the memo. It's really what we're asking is to kind of help us reorganize the staff in such a way that we bring in 3 relatively junior employees to free up our existing employees that kind of help with, for instance, in the legal department, to help Jason Turner through some of our more inter and intrastate issues. Jason has the privilege right now of spending a lot of time contracting and some other stuff that we think Jason's skills could be better used elsewhere. We similarly in the CFP program, Amy has done a great job with the assistance of other staff getting that program put together and launched. We feel like she could help run that with a little bit more hands-off approach and use some of her higher level skills to help Zane and I and Peter and others on some both intra and interstate issues that would help us. And then in the tech department, our tech team is for some reason saying that they're extremely overworked. They're handling it with grace, but I would say we have put a lot of pressure on them, not only due to all the partnerships we have with our water users, but also in really trying to figure out proactive solutions on both for our water users, but also for our own assets and making sure that we're keeping those managed well in our enterprise. And so you can see the request is to authorize us to retain or hire folks in those positions. I just want to point out the footnote in the memo that says, we think these are the titles, but we may change those titles, or we'd like to receive your permission to modify those titles as we're going out to recruit people. You know, we found titles do matter in recruitment. And so kind of making sure we're presenting an appealing title to folks is something we need to do. But that's our suggestion. It's in response to your request. We take your direction, we take your approval request, we take whatever you want, but I want to make sure we're bringing this back to you. By the way, I don't disagree with it. Audrey and I worked very closely on this together with Peter. I think we need it. I think in order to continue to provide the great level of service and the advocacy that our organization is doing, we need it. But I bring it to you because you're the board and you run the organization.
Director Whitmore.
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Whitmore, second by Gray. Discussion, Director Beckley.
Do you have office space for these 3 positions?
The question is, do we have office space for the 3 positions? We have 2 offices right now. We can make a 3rd and figure it out. Good question. We've heard the 4th floor is available. We actually do have an empty office suite here that we were getting ready to use when we moved to remodel. So we'll be okay. We have space. But then the 4th floor is for sale. Yes.
Other questions? Director McGinnis.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really pleased to see this. We've got to ramp up. We don't have any choice. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, we didn't envision this kind of thing, but our situation served us right. I think it's great. And obviously you've got support of board, but good.
Hiring more people. Can we pay them enough to live in Glenwood?
Well, I would say that with the board's support, we have been a competitive employer in the industry. That does not mean that the pay in such a manner that all of our positions can afford to buy a home. Be very honest with you about that. The rents in Glenwood are high. You can ask some of our new hires. Of our employees in Newcastle Rifle, I don't think anyone further than that at this point. You know, it is a tough area to live in the mountains in Colorado. There's no question about it.
When I asked the question is that, you know, we may want to hire, but how easy is it gonna be to recruit? And, you know, I mean, retention, we do a good job of that. But things don't look like it's gonna get easier.
I agree. I would say when we had a round of retirements during the pandemic, which was anticipated as our staff, I think it was Eric Kuhn, about an aging fleet when I came in. We don't have an aging fleet anymore. We have a great new staff. And when we went out to recruit, what we found was that we are a preferred employer. We're doing something that matters. People understand that. They're attracted to this work. And thanks to this board, we pay a competitive wage. Your question though was a livable wage in this environment. That's a little more difficult, but is it competitive in the industry? I think we are. I think part of that is the benefit package as well. I think there's a combination there that is good. But no, we've had prospective employees cancel interviews or receive a job offer and then realize exactly what we meant when we told them it was expensive, and then they declined, right? And so we had that happen too. We can find more Bettys who live in the valley already. That would be fantastic, but that doesn't always happen.
I just was wondering about that.
Director Munger.
So, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess just a couple quick questions, Andy. I'm supportive of this as well. I guess my question is where's this coming from? Is this coming out of the general fund? Are we going to take it out of the CFP? Looks like one of the jobs is in direct relationship to the CFP. And then I'm sure that it'll take a supplemental budget at a later point in time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Director Munger, as Audrey and I laid out in the memo, the proposal here is to take that CFP manager position and fund it out of the CFP funds, out of the fund there. The attorney position would be funded out of the general fund, although there's a caveat to that. Even all of our employees, based on the previous year, we're looking at a percentage split between the general fund and the enterprise fund, because we try to track what generally they do between the two funds, and we pay that percentage from each. And so, for instance, if the new attorney comes in and turns out to be doing 25% of her or his time is drafting contracts for the enterprise, then that employee the following year would be paid 25% by the enterprise and 75% by the general fund. And we reevaluate that on a periodic basis. But the engineering tech position is largely driven by some of our asset management work. And so we are looking at that position being funded out of the enterprise fund, either that fully or our current chief engineer's position being more fully funded by the enterprise. And so really spreading this through our three funds. So we have two governmental funds, the CFP and the general fund, and then our enterprise fund. So spreading it between those three. We have looked at this with our financial staff and with Audrey, and we do have the revenue available to do that. And that's where we're coming. Good question though, Director Munger.
Any further discussion? Yeah, Director Gray.
So after our discussion yesterday about river district involvement possibly in system conservation or demand management and the heavy load of possibly helping create sideboards. Do these positions help with that in that they allow current staff and to?
Absolutely. And I mean, what we're really trying to do is free up some engineering and then some of, honestly, Amy and Peter and Jason's time to help with those creation of sideboards and process and programs and regulations and all of that.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion on the table, and Director Whitmore, that covers all three positions, is
Yes,
that
ma'am, it
correct?
does.
All right, so we're voting on adding an engineering technician, community funding partnership program manager, and a staff associate attorney or similar titles. All those in favor?
Aye.
A unanimous approval. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on general manager's report is recommended changes to the paid parental leave benefit. I just cover this real quickly. Audrey's here also to answer any questions and or cover whatever I failed to cover. And so the current benefit for paid parental leave that this board approved is 4 weeks of paid parental leave. A number of our employees, when they utilize, when they have a child, also utilize accrued sick leave and or vacation time. Generally that works okay, although I think Audrey's probably a really good personal example. I don't mean to drag out your personal experience, but
Way back in 2013.
way back in 2013, when she came to work for the district, she found herself unable to take vacation for several years because she wanted to take paid parental leave when she had a child. And so we've been slowly looking at that as a district. And I would say that part of our desire to remain competitive in the employer field is responding to changes in the marketplace. And you look at the federal government, state, and large corporations and others in the employer field, the standard that has been developed in the last several years is one of 12 weeks of paid parental leave. We're at 4 and find that that is not as competitive as we'd like to be. We are not suggesting going up to 12 weeks of paid parental leave, but 8, knowing that we also have the sick leave and vacation policies that can kick in and help the employee. You did hear during that family discussion last meeting from 2 of our employees who recently had children and their experience and desires. But we felt that this was important to bring up to the board and ask you for your perspective on that and direction. So,
Director McGinnis.
So I had 2 questions. One of the questions was, and I don't have an understanding of this, but on foster care, where you foster home or something like that, you also receive compensation, or that was my understanding, that there are homes where they take in 2 or 3 foster kids, and they receive compensation and in consideration for that. And so my question was, it's almost like a double dip. If we're providing assistance for them, but they're also being paid to do the foster care. That was one question. The other one was, as we start to get into these benefits, we have to have some kind of side guard that the system's not abused. Now, with the size of workforce we've got, that's probably not going to occur. With the family leave, I know Commissioner Weld County told me that one of their employees took family leave and then went across the street and went to work for a company that also had family leave. When that family leave expired, they came back. But the system, and my understanding is that the state law for some of this proposed may even allow for that. So while and so I don't object to what we're doing here, but I'm just curious, as we start to get into expanding these kind of benefits, we need to give some thought.
yeah, I hear you. I would tell you that my one, our workforce is small.
Right.
And extremely accountable,
That's
and on their own, but we all know what each other's doing. No one's out taking another job. They're all work fully, very hard for the district. I would actually say of those who have taken any kind of parental leave in the last, since I've been here in 5 years, despite being on parental leave, they've all worked some portion of that parental leave significantly because they're feeling of responsibility. So it's actually the reverse that I see happening, Director McGinnis, is that our employees like what they do so much that while they're technically on paid leave, they're still working when their children are asleep, or weighing in on issues that because they can't let go, they won't let that responsibility go. And we may just be fortunate, or the example you bring up in Weld County may be the rare exception. I wouldn't expect that out of our employees, and Audrey, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that. I don't see that. We're in touch with our employees when they're on leave all the time.
As I said, because that's why I mentioned this. But as we're beginning to go into this, and as the state starts to put these mandates on some of these programs, I'm still a little confused how this plays into family leave or what, and you can help me on this, Representative. The program where you can go if you want to take care of your parent, or you want to take care of. It even, as I understand it, if somebody in your family, doesn't have to be your brother or sister, but somebody in your family goes into the military or comes out of the military, you're eligible to take this kind of leave. So I don't.
We opted out of that, right?
Right.
Yeah, we voted to opt out of
That's right.
paying the employer premium portion of family. So that does not apply to the district.
But our employees can pay on their own. But as we go forward, these are some of the questions I think we need to look at, because I think our workforce is going to have to get bigger. Anyway, just some points I wanted to bring up. On the foster, what do you do about that?
We haven't run across that.
Probably won't, but.
And
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the benefits paid for foster care.
yeah, but it's a good point. We honestly haven't dealt with that. So
And I do have to remind myself, I'm coming from a workforce of 1,200 to 20.
Further discussion, questions? We have a request for action.
I'll move to go with staff's recommendation. Second the parental leave policy.
Thank you. Motion by Rober, second by Catlin to approve the recommendation for 8 weeks of paid leave. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group update. That's an informational item in the packet. Just want to make sure we were not planning on having a discussion unless the director had a question or concern about that.
Any questions, concerns? All right.
Next is the USGS Joint Funding Agreement, JFA approval. That has a request to approve our current operations with the USGS. The gross obligation not to exceed $680,000, but to have an estimated an offsetted amount of not less than $130,000 from our partner agencies. Those are our mainly local governments and water suppliers who are helping us fund some of these gauges. This is an activity that we've been engaged in for quite some time. It does take quite a bit of our budget, and you can see that the expenses have grown as DK put together a chart at about the rate of inflation for at least since 2014 in the last 10 years. DK does a great job with this in terms of reaching out to our local constituents and trying to get their support financially. Certainly appreciate that. It is extremely important data for us to gather and help keep track of. We are, as DK points out, the largest cooperating agency with the USGS in the state of Colorado. But we're asking for your approval. DK is much more knowledgeable than I am, so if you have questions, he's here to answer any questions on this, but we are looking for approval of that recommendation.
Questions? Yes, Director Beckley and then Director Gray.
Is there, there's a lot of money out there right now. Is there any other sources that we could go to offset some of this?
DK's trying
The
to
offset?
escape from his.
Yeah, is there any additional, Director Beckley's question was, there seems to be a lot of money out there. Is there some other place we could go to offset?
Depending on what type of project we're talking about, there is, and you'll recall Grizzly Creek Fire that we experienced. We did cooperate with the local nonprofit Middle Colorado Watershed Council. They applied for, and we acted as a fiscal agent on some of these, but I think the total grants that they brought in somewhere in the range of $750,000. So that's an example, affirmative example of what you're talking about. In terms of baseline data, it's a little tougher to acquire grant funds, but it's something we continue to look at. When it comes to water quantity, I think under the drought contingency planning, there's a possibility. But one other thing I want to point out is that the USGS has expanded their monitoring under what they call the Next Generation Water Observing System. Here in the main stem, from essentially just upstream of Docero down to the Grand Valley, they put in, I think, a total of 6 new real-time setups, and those have multiple parameter probes. So we're getting real-time information that we've never had before, in addition to a whole slew of discrete data. And that's just one example. They're doing that throughout the basin. And so there's a huge investment that has increased in the last 2 or 3 years. In Colorado, the headwaters, I think this investment is slated for at least to continue for 7 more years.
I'm just wondering, the funds, there's, Bureau of Reclamation funds, there's all sorts of funds out there. I know some agencies are actually have a grant person on staff that goes out specifically looking for other dollars, and there may be could pay for that plus a lot more extra dollars. Just a comment.
Director Gray.
Yeah, so I have an opinion on this whole USGS meeting. We're seeing more and more, we just heard a report from Aaron this morning, Aaron Light. There's going to be more measuring required for all users. And there's talk about, well, we probably need more stream gauge monitors. And the single best way to gauge return flows is to have a stream gauge right above the diversion and another one right down below the end of the diversion. And then you can, that's the only way to measure. You can do all the soil monitoring you want. And the time, if it's real time gauges, then you do know, what is the return flow. And so I've thought for a few years that we shouldn't be the big funder of this because it's going to keep growing. We won't be able to, you can correct me where I'm wrong here, but we won't be able to continue if more gauges go in. But we should be advocating for more gauges because if users are going to have to measure better, so should the river be measured better.
Yeah,
So I just want to throw out we should be, I think, looking at sort of a sea change of what we're doing here, and whether it's the state or whether it's some of this federal money, but it shouldn't be on us to do all this. That's my opinion.
That's right. I can respond briefly if you want. Our program is really focused on science and data to help us understand how the watershed's changing, whether it's a perturbation like a wildfire, a spill like we had yesterday. That's separate and distinct from what the state of Colorado does and DWR. So what you heard from Aaron is being addressed, and there are federal dollars coming through the drought contingency program or plan under the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, I have a call today with the state. They have a wish list, a really long wish list of what I call administrative gateways, those that are going to address how to administer prior appropriation system. A little different than the return flow, but can be used for both. And our data, along with their data, can also support those kind of special studies, if you will. So those monies are coming. Right now, I think it's about 330,000 that the state will get in the first year of the DCP funding. And that should continue for a few more years. And so for us, we're advocating, as you said, for everywhere in the 15 counties that admin is an issue, as well as data gaps that have been identified. So I think we're on track. We could always use more. It is very expensive. And just another point about, once you put the gauges in, they have to be operated and maintained. The state will be under the gun, under their new budget to increase the DWR sort of army of administrators. And that's also planned using state money, not the federal money. So again, hardware going in, and then the state's gonna have to support them. And as we find any duplications or redundancies, we tweak our program on an annual basis along with our partners.
And if I could just add to what DK said, one, the funding for the state stuff coming from the feds is actually under the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's the first tranche of money to come out of that into the upper basin. There was $50 million allocated to the upper basin for DCP funding under the BIL, and that's where that money is coming from. That's something our district advocated through our state and then into the UCRC for, partially because we saw the delivery or lack of being able to monitor the delivery of the home stake water, and really a recognition that the gauging system currently operated by the state and the USGS is not set up to really track these kind of deliveries of water. And if the feds are calling for us to do that, they better be able to measure it. And I couldn't agree more with the sentiment I've heard from this board saying, we'd like the feds to pay for this. We'd like the state to pay for this. I felt that way since I got on this board in 2006, and I learned that we were spending so much money on gauges. Over the years, I will say DK has convinced me that we're spending our money wisely on these gauges that we're sponsoring, and it's a necessary thing. And we're actually serving our water users very well by having this long record of tracking of all of this data, both in flow and water quality. We're able to use this program right now to get down and help water users. For instance, in Mesa County, we moved funding from the Gunnison, where we were studying salinity and selenium, and now it's down in the Grand Valley because they're having issues down there. So we're being much more responsive and nimble than I think you would find the feds on their own, and that's an important piece of this work.
So I don't disagree with the necessity. I just disagree with that we pay for it.
Fair enough.
Director Haas has her hand up, and then Director Winery.
Yeah, thank you. My question was related to that 50 million, so Andy answered it. Thank you.
All right, great, thanks. Director Winery.
DK, how many gauges does this?
So there's an attachment to the memo, and I'm not sure it's going to get your direct question answered. What we do is we cost share either only with the USGS or with other local folks. And part and parcel, it's somewhere in the range of, I'm guessing, 25 surface water quantity gauges. Keep in mind that almost half of this budget request for approval is related to water quality. And the water quality is both the real time and the discrete, which supports things like the algae program in the whites, E. coli, sediment, salinity, selenium, metals, and nutrients. So I think, again, you'll find some of the details there. The spreadsheet we have is about 10 to 12 tabs long in a workbook. I'm happy to provide that.
No, I'm just,
Most
I mean,
detailed.
because most stream, I mean, they're, you know, the county, excuse me, our county, we helped with some, right? And they're about $16,000 to $20,000 a year per gauge without complexity. And then, you know, that laundry list got higher as it went on, but you've answered my question. And I agree, they're total, I was like Andy, I mean, I think somebody else, but they're total valuable because we're really the people that use them. At the end of the day.
All right, any other questions, discussion? We have a requested action.
Just be-
Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking and answering myself. That was absolutely.
All right.
I guess I see a lot of benefit for this program to continue on. I've been part of following this on a local level for 15 years now. I visit with this committee every year. Dave is just one individual of a committee on the White River and I'm just talking from our local areas to where there probably about 10 of us that usually come sit around the table every year. It's adjusted, it's moved around, it's fairly flexible. But the data that comes from there is used in not just what you see here. The college uses it. We use it daily on some of these things that's going on. The administration of the White River is being looked at. Those gauges are being looked at by ranchers, irrigators every day. So I strongly support this program. And actually, I'd like to see it expanded, not here, but on the state, because they got to kick in because they're using this against you. And the state needs to kick it up. And they're using these gauges to do administration of the river. So, and they've got one gauge that I'm aware of, maybe two that are up above Meeker. And it's not a punch at Meeker, that's just where it's at. You know, and why, I don't know. I think it's for their in-stream flow, but there's some additional that they need to just get done if they're going to continue on with to do conservation. You can't do adequate quantum conservation as a water distribution operator without proper flow measurement.
Absolutely true.
So
All right, we have a request for action to enter into this joint funding agreement not to exceed $680,000 and to allow the general manager to enter into agreements for offsetting funding up to $130,000 or estimated of that.
Less than.
Not less than. There we
so
go.
moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Vandenbrink, second by Beckley, sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
All right, well,
I messed up your name, too.
Thank you very much. The last item in my general manager's report are my general manager's goals and objectives for 2023. I welcome any comments, additions, modifications to those. Welcome to talk right now about it. Also welcome to approach me individually if you have questions about those. Those, remember, are I try to distill them down to 6 or so goals. It is not a fair representation of what happens every day in my professional career, but it is helpful for me to remember which ones are really the primary and most important on a regular basis. So.
Any burning questions on those goals? Right,
All
thank
right.
you. And you are right on time here.
Yeah, we're right back on track at the Community Funding Partnership. Amy.
Good morning to the board. And just a reminder, as we kick off calendar year 2023 with the Community Funding Partnership, last February during our first quarterly meeting, we typically open up the year doing a summary of where we were in 2022 in terms of grants awarded, our equity targets. And so I just quickly want to turn your attention to the annual report that was on all of your seats yesterday. And so to save time and not go through all of our stats, we've put together our first annual report really from the mindset of wanting to stay true, given the ballot question 7A, to have a highly transparent program to include all of our grants that we awarded in 2022. We've included some of our river district messaging on the state of water in Western Colorado, feedback from some of our grantees. So we're really excited about this document, helps us tell the story of what we've been doing with that revenue since the ballot initiative passed. I want to quickly, just for the record, thank Melissa Wills on my team who really took this on as a project and got it off the ground. And then I also want to thank our EA team, Marielle Cowden and Lindsay Paredes, for their work in helping us design this and get it ready for the board meeting and to launch as part of our external affairs materials for the program in 2023. So please take a look at it, certainly open to any feedback. But rather than walking through all of the statistics, I'll just turn your attention there. And we'll also have, for those listening online, a web version on our website here soon. But our first agenda item, again, we started this last year looking at our framework. As we get this program off the ground, we continually learn and see gaps in our program and wanting to have language in our framework and administrative guidelines to handle situations, point our existing grantees to documented language for how the program works. And so we do have an action item to request approval of a revised community funding partnership framework to address two changes. One is a path forward for supplemental funding in limited cases, and the other is documenting a process for deauthorizing awarded funding when we have made the award, done the board approval or general manager approval, but the project never made it to the contracting phase. So both situations we're expecting to be limited circumstances. Rather than go into these in much detail, you have the memo outlining and the red lines proposed. So I'm happy to answer questions or walk through it, or we do have the action item to request approval of the revised community funding partnership framework.
And those two suggested additions are start on page 302 of the PDF. Any questions for Amy? Yes, Director McGinnis.
Thank you. Would you real quickly, Amy, just go through the supplemental thing with me? I'm looking up my page 302.
Right. Oh, sorry. No, 302 is behind the red line.
I'm happy to, Director McGinnis. So the concept with supplemental funding is right now we don't have a documented process if we make a grant award, especially when a project is early on in moving the project forward, to come back to us for supplemental funding. And again, we're expecting this to be in limited cases and particularly warranted due to unforeseen circumstances that we've seen with projects related to supply chain interruptions, inflationary changes to projects, the cost and availability of labor, and unanticipated fundraising challenges. So I think in particular, over the last 2 years, we've seen some significant impacts to projects that have made their contingency planning really difficult to predict. And so we wanted to create a pathway as we've gotten requests from projects of what is your process for supplemental funding, to put it in our guidelines for consistency and to develop a process for what that would look like. And so we would recommend that projects have consultation with this district staff and be invited to submit a supplemental funding request with a marker of an increase of no more than 30% of the existing grant agreement, unless there was a situation where the district staff would recommend a different percentage. And so supplemental funding requests would not be intended to change the scope of the original project. This is really looking at those unforeseen impacts to costs where we may entertain an increase to our funding award for some of the circumstances that we outlined. And so it would be a process where they would have to document the reasoning of why they need the supplemental funding request. We've included some of the criteria that applicants should address those unforeseen circumstances. They need to address the time sensitivity of the need for those funds. They need to address their inability to provide funds on their own or through other avenues to complete the project. So we've included those criteria as part of that. And so really it's just documenting a pathway for us to entertain these types of requests.
So do we enter that, when we start that consideration, do we enter into that consideration with the same proportion of burden sharing with the applicant and where their other sources are?
So that's where we would look at what is the explanation from the applicant of their inability to provide funds to complete the project? What are the other sources? So we would certainly look at all of our equity targets, look at the river district's proportional share of the total project costs. All of those factors, like we consider in an initial CFP funding award, would happen during the supplemental process. And in terms of approval, it would follow the similar pathways of general manager authority if that fell within the discretion that we have through the general manager's authority to approve contracts, or within the discretion of the district's financial governance policy, or it would move to board action if it passed that threshold.
And I would say this, Scott, part of what's driving this request is it has been this spike in PVC that we've seen. So we've sponsored a lot of on-farm and off-farm ditch piping projects. And the number of really good projects that have just been stopped because they can't figure out how to pay for that spike in prices. And, you know, we've spent a lot of time, we've invested staff time, board time, at times, you know, effort to say, yeah, this is a good project. This will help our constituents. And then unforeseen expenses spike. And the question is, do we just say, hey, we're done with you and we told you we'd give you this, and if you can't do it, tough? Or do we help them? And I think Amy is always trying to find a way to, how do we help folks? I would say that if I heard your question correctly, what we found is that these other grant programs that we push them into and help them find do not have a supplemental funding portion. Now, I will say we're advocating with the NRCS and with our federal delegation to implement exactly that used to exist in the NRCS guidelines. They used to allow for those kind of additional funds, supplemental funds. We haven't yet seen that change in the federal funding, but we're also trying to say, these are our constituents. These are good projects. Do we consider additional funding? It's not a given that we're going to give it to them, but it's an ability to do that is opened up.
So, and that kind of outlines my concern. So I just don't want us to be the go-to person to take care of the deficit that's occurring because of the prices and because the other people that are sharing in the burden don't have a provision for supplemental. Then all of a sudden, it's always come to the river district to pick up the difference.
And I agree, and that's why we're advocating at the federal level right now. We'll advocate at the state level for changes as well. We do have a sense of ownership as these are our water users and we're more connected to them than the state or the feds are. You know, that's where we want to see these things done, right?
And that'd be tougher too, but for some of the other local, maybe a local municipality or somebody else is pitching in on it too, there we can encourage, look, they may have to come back again, and we expect you to carry a kind of a proportionate share when we all consider this.
Very good point.
By the way, it's like you talked to on the PVC. I had to delay a project for a year because of the glue on it.
There you go.
Price went up 4 times, but you couldn't even get it. So somebody must have called you.
Yeah.
Good example.
Other comments, questions?
Thank you.
We have
I direct staff recommendation.
Second.
moved by Whitmore, second by Hazard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Amy, for those additions.
We're going to move right into 4 project action items for the community funding partnership. Stephanie is going to bring up a few slides to help guide us through this agenda item. So go ahead to slide 2. And as Stephanie pulls that up, again, we have 4 action items, a little under 500,000 in recommended funding for the community funding partnership. We are recommending full funding for all of these 4 projects. We feel like these is a diverse set of projects that are really emblematic of the goals of the community funding partnership. They're strong partnerships. They're are strongly innovative projects, multi-benefit and data-driven. So Madam President, like we typically do, we can go through these action items one by one and walk through each project individually. Next slide, please. So the first project we have to discuss is a partnership from the Eagle County Conservation District and the Eagle River Watershed Council to develop a water efficient landscape conversion program. So this is a 3-year pilot program to establish a non-functional turf replacement and irrigation upgrade rebate program in Greater Eagle County. So right now, this program is modeled after an existing non-functional turf replacement program that Eagle River Water and Sanitation runs through its service area. It would provide a rebate of $1 per square foot with the goal of removing 90,000 square feet of non-functional turf over the 3-year period. So the core piece of this program is the turf rebate and additional rebates for irrigation system upgrades. It also includes a research and education component. From the research side, there are demonstration gardens that will be put in place on locally owned lands to demonstrate what can these landscapes look like. There's a lawn alternative study to look at a variety of seed mixes to ensure that we're directing people to the appropriate seed mix as they make these transitions. And also a water efficiency survey to poll Eagle County residents to see their readiness to make these changes in their landscapes. And then on the education side, there are a number of workshops to reach constituents to develop their understanding of the opportunities with rain barrels, the opportunities with DIY landscaping, all outreach, policy reviews of existing local ordinances, especially for new build, is a big piece of looking at non-functional turf from that side of the perspective. And then also presentations with HOAs to look at non-functional turf in a lot of the medians and common spaces that exist currently. So the recommended funding is $191,554 out of a total project cost of $370,000. Go ahead to the next slide, Stephanie. So in looking at the project benefits, we see this project as incentivizing behavioral change at the local level and serving as a good example for West Slope communities as we look at the opportunities for non-functional turf, and particularly looking at opportunities to fill gaps in non-functional turf rebates outside of existing utility programs. So we see utilities obviously as a strong partner, but if you look at, these maps are a little bit hard to see, but you have them in your packet as well. If you look at the service area of Eagle River Water and Sanitation, there's significant portions of the Greater Eagle County that are left out of that rebate. So we see this as a great project to look at our understanding from the River District of how do we expand non-functional turf across our district as a whole, in particularly looking at these gaps outside of existing utility service areas. So again, we see this project as a great pilot for our own understanding at the River District of how can we better support non-functional turf in other counties. And so we're working with Eagle County Conservation District as part of this potential grant award to come present to our staff to really understand and learn from them on the opportunities and challenges as they get this program off the ground. So there's significant municipal county level support for this, also support from non-governmental actors in this county that you can see here. And so we, again, have been working pretty closely with Eagle County Conservation District, Eagle River Watershed Council, and working on getting this program off the ground. And then we can go to the action item slide, Stephanie, and I'm happy to answer any questions and hear feedback from the board.
All right, I see a hand up from Director Haas and then Director Winery and Director Whitmore.
Thank you, Amy. So I'm super supportive of this kind of work. I think we need to help our counties kind of transition into hotter, drier times. I'm curious how the River District will help facilitate learning across the counties. And I think I've asked this question before, maybe, or at least I've thought it, but I know we gave money to Summit County to do a smaller scale type of conservation project. This looks like a bigger scale project. I want to make sure we're learning where we can and spreading that information. So do you have long-term plans for how to connect dots across the district?
That's a great question, Director Haas. And we do connect partners with partners, especially with the High Country Conservation project that we funded through the CFP to make sure that Eagle County Conservation District is learning from that initiative. That's a little bit farther down the road. So that's one avenue of connecting our partners with partners. The other avenue that we're looking at with the community funding partnership is moving from an external affairs perspective and less in being more of a commercial that our program exists and more on the storytelling impact of the community funding partnership and looking at connecting the dots of all of these programs. And so I think particularly with the state funding through House Bill 1151, where the state is beginning to offer funding for rebates, it's helping to build our understanding so we can be more strategic as staff at the River District of how do we best capture some of those non-functional turf removal funds and how do we connect counties with information learning. So I think that's top of mind for us with the project and more to come certainly on how we can connect the dots and do a better job of connecting the lessons learned across counties.
Great, thank you.
Director Wintery.
So actually, you use the term non-functional turf. Is that, I mean, that's just it's long grass.
I think.
I mean, when you use that term, I mean, yeah, I was dysfunctional about it other than it took a lot of water.
I think I'll echo a definition that Mr. Mueller uses a lot of.
Oh my God.
A lot
Okay,
of times when we think about non-functional turf, the only time you walk on it is when you mow your lawn. And so it's not a common space where you have a soccer field that the community is using. It's really those areas of your lawn or those medians that nobody ever touches the grass.
I mean, I can point out a bunch right around this building that we're working on. It's the stuff that literally only lawn maintenance people or yourself, if you maintain your house, actually whatever walks on when you're mowing it. If it's a place that your kids play or I
mean, I wanted to understand that
yeah,
definition.
if it's in the median, it's non-functional. If it's around a bank, it's non-functional. If it's around an office park like this, it's non-functional. That's the stuff that we're watering. Doesn't need to be watered. We could do equivalent types of landscaping. And actually, if you'll note some of ours, you can't see it right now because it's under snow, but the much less water intensive landscaping is the idea.
Non-labor intensive
and
et cetera.
And yeah, and part of what Amy's and what we're trying to get at is if you go back to our stakeholder group on demand management and systematic water conservation, everybody always looks to the ag users. You guys got to cut the water use. What our ag users said is, well, we're willing to do it, but we want to see it in the urban areas too. We want everybody.
That's why I'm asking.
And that's why we're taking this and we're saying we have an obligation as a district to also help encourage, if you will, our urban water users to reduce their water.
It looks nice, but it's dysfunctional. I got it.
So does this qualify at all for the system conservation pilot program?
Good. Yeah.
And how is I'm just saying,
Yeah,
and maybe that's another source of funds.
I think that's great.
Maybe that's another different source of funds that preserve some of our other funds for other projects. But I just wondered if this maybe qualifies for that funding, A, and B, how do we get credit, if you will, as the state of Colorado in the Upper Basin world that, and I don't know that this is major, I mean, I'm just saying, all of these kinds of projects, somehow we need to be getting credit for. Just saying.
Agreed.
Buggers.
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair. So, I really support this concept. I just kind of am curious to why we have such a heavy toll in it at 191. I'm really confused about that, because if we save water to these municipalities and the providers, it's just going back into their tank and staying in their tank and funding future additions and expansion and additional population. We had a similar situation when we went in for ag efficiencies, and some guy came in and wanted to put in sprinklers. And then so the sprinklers, he was going to use an expansion of his service in his irrigated land. Well, we said no to that. I don't see a lot of difference in this. And I'm sorry, I really, excuse me, support saving water, as you said, non-essential water, but I'm really concerned about how much money we're putting into this and how much money the rest of the entities are not putting into it by the fact that they still have the water in their tank and they'll be funding new taps. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Munger. I think that's a great question and something we wrestled with a bit at the staff level, because our percentage of funding for this project is a bit higher than we would typically see for a community funding partnership project. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, again, we felt strongly at the staff and leadership level that this would be a helpful pilot for the River District to learn about the opportunities and challenges with non-functional turf, and did note as part of our board items for precedent's sake that we were not expecting to fund this high of a percentage potentially for future non-functional turf removal programs. So we didn't want to set a marker here. I think the other aspect is how we understand CWCB's distribution method of the non-functional turf grant dollars through House Bill 22-1151. Because initially, when we worked with the project partners, we wanted to see a much more even split between those dollars at the state level. And how we understand the distribution of that fund is that the existing, I believe there's 22, I could be getting that number slightly off, existing non-functional turf programs across the state. And that CWCB's initial plan for the distribution of those funds is to provide $25,000 to each of those existing programs. And so it does not seem like a funding source that can provide the level of funding that we wanted to see to get this 3-year pilot program off the ground. And so we made the determination to potentially allocate more of our CFP funds after hearing how CWCB is going to allocate that first tranche of funding that they have through House Bill 22-1151. So I think we were likewise a bit disappointed that that might not be a more viable source for some new programs that are trying to get off the ground, but we'll certainly learn more as CWCB gets that program up and running here.
Thank you, Dr. Gray.
So I support the pilot. The only why I actually support this is because it's the pilot and we may learn some things. But you know, when Aurora came in and gave us their pony show about taking out turf and we called them on it, said, yeah, and you're just going to use that to fund your future growth. And you're not going to take less water across the divide. You're just going to use it in a different way. And you're doing it out of necessity because you need to grow and you're using this as a way to grow. I think we need to be consistent. I think Director Munger's right. We've pretty consistently said we're not going to fund your efficiency project if it just allows you to use water in a different way. And so it kind of bothered me a little when I looked at the 90,000 square feet of turf you're going to take out in 3 years. And you know, it's kind of like when you're saying how much water does an oil well use, and you always say it in gallons or even spoonfuls if you can to get a bigger number. 90,000 feet is less than 2 acres. And that's a pretty, it's a pretty inefficient bargain unless you're learning something about it. And that's, I guess I'll accept the pilot nature of this program so that you're learning something about how to do it. And maybe, but I can just say I'd be resistant to these kind of programs without that pilot part.
And, Director Ray, I think it's good to hear. I guess I take a little bit different tack or approach with our West Slope municipalities in their turf. And it's not just municipalities, our counties have a lot of turf in them too. And I would say that growth is I think this board feels pretty strongly, a local land use issue, not a state issue. And none of our communities want to be told by the state how to grow and where to grow. But we've got to recognize that our cities either have existing good water rights, that they're gonna just expand their existing consumption under those water rights because they planned well, or they don't, and they're gonna have to go out and acquire new water rights, which means acquire ag water rights and convert them to municipal. And so if we can help them reduce their per capita use, then we're actually helping both our ag community and our urban community as it grows, which unless this board starts to want to take a position of bar the door and blow the tunnel up, we're gonna have a hard time stopping that growth, right? And so I'm just saying, like either every one of us starts using less water, or the water is going to come because of the municipal preference, it's going to come out of ag. And so that's where, at least that's driving my recommendation to participate in these programs.
Well, one comment about maybe a difference between Aurora and a Western Slope community is it's not Trans Mountain water. So water in Eagle and Gypsum isn't stored, it just goes back ends up in the Colorado River, which you said maybe a benefit to downstream diverters.
All fair points. I will stick by my idea that if we're gonna reduce per acre use by putting in a sprinkler, but say that you're gonna put in more acres. In our CFP, we said no. And that's what I'm putting. Not try to control what they do, local land use.
Other comments, questions, Director Catlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things we might look at as we go forward is that we might have a real role to play in helping these communities set up programs. I know on 1151, that's been one of the big questions. People have been calling me, hey, does Montrose have a program? Does Delta have a program? And these kind of things. And these municipalities are having a hard time figuring out how to set it up, let alone how to fund it. So if we're going to do something like a pilot program where we're figuring out how to do it and how to put it, if we can keep track of that information, then we can be the resource for the Western Slope of Colorado of how to put those in place in these communities, regardless of how large they are or how small they are. Because there is an interest, there really is an interest in this, and from the municipalities itself, but also from the private homeowners saying, I want to try this, I want to help. I think that goes back to some of our engagement with our constituents. We're bringing the awareness to them that there's something you and I can do. And if that's in their backyard or whatever it is, I think we encourage that. So maybe one of the things that we can become is start working on templates that local communities could look at, fill in the blank, and make an ordinance to where they have that kind of a program in the community. Because I think the state liked 1151. Because that's what it was set up for, was to help strengthen programs that were already in place. And if we can get a leg up on that, that would be an advantage to us, is that now these communities on the Western Slope have an opportunity to participate, and the state can help them with that. So, I think there's some value in some of these kind of things, figuring out, because it's probably looks different on the Western Slope than it does in backyard Denver. Anyway, thank you.
Director Vandenberg.
Is this domestic water or is it raw water? I haven't seen that anywhere in here.
My understanding is it's domestic.
Well, and I'll go back to, I've ran utilities now for 30 years. You want people to conserve water, you raise their rates.
So Eagle River and Water and Sand has one of the most progressive rates. And they literally, what's interesting, I mean, this fascinating to me talking to them about it, because they have water users with homes that top out at $10,000 a month sometimes. And those individual homeowners don't even know that their bill is so high because it goes to their accountant who pays the bill. somewhere else, and they're price insensitive. And so they've tried that. It works on a lot of us, right? Apparently, you know.
It's just ridiculous.
Well, I think it gets to, I just talked to their new general manager last week, and they are switching to more of what you said, Director Catlin, trying to engage people on saving the Colorado River. And they think that because those homeowners don't know, if they could connect with them and show them some of those things, that they can maybe get more traction there in addition to their $10,000 a month.
And I guess just because I'm from a very small, rural, conservative community, you know, we've all been,
Watch your bills.
well, we watch our bills. But the fact is as well is our community recognizes that they are in a drought. So they're doing another definition of natural curtailment. And if they know if the river's low, their water's coming from the river, well, I'd rather it stay into the river to where they can get additional benefits than having a pretty green space for my dog to take a leak on. So, really.
Agreed.
And so.
But
Some of these folks need to be a little bit more self-aware.
That's what Kathy's saying.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to move forward? Make a motion on this?
Yeah, I just want to make one point as we go into this turf replacement, things like that is Lisa County's different than the rest of you in that we're not high alpine, we're a desert. Was a desert before we moved the water onto it and go back to a desert. So we necessarily have a lot more water consumption because we're in the desert and we grow green, we grow agriculture. So efficient use of landscaping may not be so important in Eagle County where you get more rain and you have higher altitude and you can sustain some of that we have in Junction, but we can't sustain it without water. So I just want us all to keep in mind. And, you know, a lot of our aesthetics in Grand Junction because we have very senior water rights. It's kind of interesting to give that some consideration.
Thank you. All right. You got a motion on this?
Staff recommendation.
Motion by Curry, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Rober. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
Our second project moves into the Yampa White Green Basin in Rio Blanco County.
I couldn't.
The proposal is for the White River Water Supply Study from the White River Conservation District. The request amount is $64,350 with a total project cost of $276,290. The White River Water Supply Study is a priority project from the White River Integrated Water Initiative, which is made up of multiple partners in the White River Basin from the conservation districts, conservancy districts, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the municipalities, diverse groups of NGOs, the oil and gas industry, along with advisement from federal partners, the BLM, US Forest Service, and the community college. But as the White River Integrated Water Initiative has moved forward, one of the priority projects is to identify with data the effects of flood irrigation to the White River, the local aquifers and communities. And so this is a data-driven approach to collect data within the middle reach. And I have a map on the next slide that I can show to facilitate the development and an application of a hydrologic model in the White River. So it's been known, I think, from the community of the impact and the importance of return flows to the aquifer, to the river system. But this is a data-driven approach to develop a model to really understand what is the balance of the river. And so these measurements will be used to determine the location and timing of return flows to the White River and the overall effects of existing irrigation practices to the health of the river. So the data collected will be looking at the stream flow and tributary contributions, ditch diversion, depletions, and groundwater depletion from wells. So moving to the next slide. As we looked at the project benefits, this study is encouraging a data-driven decision-making approach as water users adapt to climate change impacts. And I think particularly can assist producers that are exploring different irrigation methods and better understanding an informed approach at the impacts of that. It also supports a greater understanding and a more accurate model to understand the impact of return flows on the White River. I think also from understanding the impacts of return flows from a watershed health and water quality perspective on the White River, and also looking at endangered fish habitat. And so the hope is that the expanded data collection will support, again, a greater understanding of the general water balance of the White River. The model development, along with the data collection, would be led by a team of researchers at Colorado State University, a PhD level researcher, along with grad students, to complete the model development as the local partners work to collect the data. So I will pause there and we can move to the staff recommendation to answer any questions and entertain feedback.
And if I can just add to this, you know, return flows are, I think anybody who irrigates or who's lived in Western Colorado and paid attention to rivers, anecdotally, return flows are very important. And we've heard that in every one of our basins. We've seen it. Ag is often questioned about it. We have been asked, if you go back a decade in our small grant program, to fund sprinkler systems in the middle and upper reaches of the White River that was refused to fund because of the potential impacts on return flows. But we don't have the science and the data a lot of times behind that. And so this is a local effort trying to create that science and data to combine with CSU. I think it will be very helpful for our district and for our water users to be able to document the timing and volume of return flows and really understand the impacts from ag. I'm a firm believer that in our upper basins that sprinklers are not always good because of the impact they have on return flows. But when I go to look for data to support that argument, I can't find it. So that's why you're seeing our support for this. If those of you in other upper basin areas want to encourage that kind of look too, we would also suggest we fund that. I just think this is important.
Director Whitmore.
I moved staff recommendation.
Motion by Whitmore, second by Van Brink. Any further discussion?
Just one thing.
Yeah.
Amy, I just have a question. Does this, I see well logging and monitoring, that's the traditional way. Is this going to include, or are there already stream gauges above those diversions in that western South Park?
I believe the project will work on some additional stream gauge installations. I don't have the exact locations to fully answer your question, but that is part of it, to use existing gauges operated by both the USGS and the Division of Water Resources, while also looking at what gaps exist.
I think this is a great learning project.
I'd like to add one more thing that a lot of people don't recognize this. This area that's being studied has been really the reservoir for the White River Basin since flood irrigation began. Prior to flood irrigation, the White River would go dry, literally, up there and all the way down. The upper portion by the red is a natural aquifer that gets recharged from flood irrigation, but also the river. The lower area below that hogback, you see that vertical line going north and south. That's actually a man-made aquifer. That's not necessarily a natural aquifer. So there's been groundwater storage that's been there, part of the county, that's helped make that area agriculturally, but habitable as it is right now for housing in there that these people came up with before they even knew it was a concept, but they knew it worked. So I think it's a very integral part as a water person on the White River on how that river functions.
We have a motion on the table to provide funding in the amount of $64,350 for this project. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passed.
The third action item that we have today is the Uncompahgre and White River Riparian Restoration Project. The applicant is Rivers Edge West, and the request amount is $70,823 out of a total project cost of $204,368. This is a bundled project with two project locations, one in Montrose County and one in Rio Blanco County, and then, of course, their applicable basins. But the overall project aims to enhance fish and wildlife habitats, recreation, and riparian health across 19 acres of land and 2 river miles, again along the Uncompahgre River and the White River, by removing invasive tamarisk, Russian olive, and other noxious weeds, and then replacing with a diverse set of native plant species that is drought tolerant for that area. Again, we're looking at this project from a watershed health and water quality and a healthy rivers angle. It addresses issues of invasive plants that degrade rivers. It also engages a diverse set of volunteers, businesses, private landowners to maintain the health of these rivers that are important to the surrounding communities and the economies along these stretches. So along the Uncompahgre River, the treatment areas would be on City of Montrose public green spaces. The goal in the Uncompahgre is to create a long-term partnership of volunteers and local businesses along with the town and other partners, similar to partnership that exists along the White River and the Dolores River, to encourage more work in this area and sustained treatment. And along the White River, the locations are along public and private lands across the White River and Yellow Creek, a tributary of the White. This is led by an existing White River partnership with Rivers Edge West in the lead, along with local partners. And the project is a 2-year treatment cycle, with the planned second year expected to cover the bulk of retreatment needs. Of course, when you're looking at phreatophyte removal, retreatment and the longevity of these areas is important. We talked to Rivers Edge West about their approach and were encouraged by the second year of follow-up treatment, and then the encouragement of the strong partnerships in the Uncompahgre with the City of Montrose and other volunteer and business groups to maintain these areas. And then similar in the White, strong partnerships with existing landowners and the Bureau of Land Management to maintain these treatment areas. So if you go to the next slide, Stephanie, as we look at this project, again, we're looking at the project benefits from a watershed health and healthy rivers perspective, improving wildlife and native fish habitats, protecting water quality by moderating high flow events and regulating temperature through shade. It also enhances recreational experience and supports the economic activity. You can see just a before and after examples of photos here on this slide. This is an example of a treatment area along the White River. And you can see just the, as we know, the phreatophyte growth that's very dense and a much clearer picture of a healthy riparian habitat after treatment. It also reduces the risk of wildfire in the riparian zone, again, with the density that phreatophytes persist. And so looking at the partners and support, again, there's a broad partnership of the counties, municipalities, the federal land ownership, and also local businesses and nonprofit groups for this project. And so we did recommend moving to the staff recommendation, full funding of this proposal, and I'll pause here.
All right, Director Curry. Thank you. Two thoughts. Well, one for the board. The Gunnison Basin Roundtable voted, I think it was unanimously, on Tuesday to support the drafting a letter to the CWCB in support of the water plan grant application, which you can see from the funding list isn't awarded yet, but the roundtable supported that. And then I can't find it now, Amy, but I think there's a mention that they're coming back to land that had already been treated in Montrose. Is that, how many times do you have to come back, do you think?
I don't have I think a lot of it is site specific, and I do think with the City of Montrose, there are some areas of retreatment and some areas of new treatment. And part of the intention with the Uncompahgre project is really to continue to catalyze a long-term partnership. And so Rivers Edge West has had success in the White River to develop a long-term partnership that looks at the appropriate retreatment and new treatment sites. They have a long-standing partnership in the Dolores River since 2009 to bring together coalitions to look at these retreatment areas. And the hope is in the Uncompahgre, and I think there is a ripe opportunity with a strong coalition of businesses and volunteer groups to have a stronger presence in treatment and keeping up with these approaches. And so looking at the city of Montrose as a core partner in their public spaces. And I think the increased economic activity in the city of Montrose along the river is something that we found encouraging looking at this project. So I don't have the exact answer for you on what is the standard for retreatment, but the approach for our funding is that this would be a 2-year cycle.
Any questions, comments? Director Vandenberg.
We've been looking at doing stuff. They're attacking these nasty phreatophytes. Is not a cheap job. We've even looked at chemicals, and chemicals are actually getting to be almost as competitive as physical removal. But there it takes about 3 or 4 years. We're also trying to look at using fire. Fire takes about 5 years. And then not everybody's friendly with fire when you're in a drought like we are, but the follow-up is the biggest thing. And I know that I'm familiar with the area on the lower White River that they're working on. And it's a high recreation area as well. But the cost that's associated with this just flabbergasts me. And then the feds are still out there selling Russian olives to plant in riparian areas.
What?
So they're still selling them. So the feds actually paid the program to have those trees planted in the 70s. And now the feds are paying a program to have them removed. I would really like to see the feds actually go in, and the feds being like BLM, contribute more, because they were part of the cause. You know, they're still putting these things down in there, and they promoted the program and actually had the kids in the mid-70s plant these trees that they're now going in to have the kids go out there and remove. So, I'm supportive of it, but I'm still thinking that our federal government needs to do more than what they are right now, since they are really a primary culprit in a lot of this spreading of these invasives. So.
The comments.
I'll move staff recommendation, and we did support the $9 grand.
Yes.
Moved by Gray, second by Catlin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, you're 3 for 3, Amy. One to go.
One more project to go. So the fourth project that we have is in the Yampa Basin. It's a request from a broad coalition across the Yampa led by the Yampa Sustainability Council, the Upper Yampa Conservancy District, and the Colorado Mountain College, in close partnership with a research institution from the Scripps Institution for Oceanography. This is the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. And you may have heard them referred as CW3E. It's also in partnership under advisement with the Aspen Global Change Institute. And the goal is to look at enhancing soil moisture observations in the Upper Yampa River. And so the specific project is to add 8 stations to a soil moisture monitoring network that the Upper Yampa is looking to get off the ground. So this project builds on existing efforts that was led by Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District to work with CW3E to conduct a basin analysis to look at a broad approach of where soil moisture network sites could help in observing soil moisture's ability to support predictions for seasonal snow melt. It also is building on the installation of the first station for soil moisture network that was implemented last year. So again, this is moving forward with the soil moisture network. We've discussed a project at a last meeting about learning from existing soil moisture networks, one within the Roaring Fork Basin that has a decade of data. And we've talked about how soil moisture is becoming more and more of a core component that researchers are looking to and trying to find better data rather than the existing models that are largely based on proxies. So again, the primary objective is to reduce uncertainty in seasonal snowmelt predictions in the Upper Yampa by building our data collection for direct measurements of soil moisture areas, soil moisture sensors in areas that are responsible for much of the runoff. So if you could go to the next slide, Stephanie, the project benefits that we see is moving forward this project and advancing this soil moisture network increases the capacity and capability of this network to decrease uncertainty in stream flow predictions. And it can allow the data to be used and assimilated into high resolution models that our tech team can talk to more specifically than me, but looking at the next generation of models being developed by the Colorado River Basin Forecast Center, providing more data points to support more accurate outputs in those models. Again, this is in terms of our CFP goals, this is supporting research aimed at understanding the uncertainty within climate and hydrologic uncertainty. And it also provides information about soil moisture storage and its impact to more reliably predict reservoir inflows. So the data for this soil moisture network will be publicly available. It will be there will be an opportunity to have this data accessed on local platforms. It will also be accessed on existing public repositories for atmospheric data. So this is also a 3-year project where the first year will be largely citing the specific locations for the soil moisture networks, looking at access issues, procuring the equipment, and then across the 2 years, adding the 8 stations while also developing a long-term funding plan to continue building out the soil moisture network and continue to build out the local capacity for operating and maintenance into the future. So in terms of partners and supporters, the Routt County Board of County Commissioners, along with the City of Steamboat, Mount Werner Water and Sanitation District, and still a strong partnership from the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, and then NGOs, including the Water Trust and Trout Unlimited. So we move forward to the recommendation, and I'll pause here to answer any questions.
Okay, we have Director Munger has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for the record, I'm going to abstain from the discussion and voting on this since I'm the chair of the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy, a partner in the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Munger. Director Curry.
Thank you, appreciate it. So I think this is a really exciting project, and I think it's a model that maybe could be used elsewhere in the basin. But 2 questions in terms of data dissemination and archiving. Are we certain that the approach being used is legitimate and from the view of the federal agencies that are involved with the Colorado Basin River Forecasting Center? Are they going to say, oh, no, 8 sites over 2 years isn't something we can put into our model? Or is there good communication happening to make sure that this will be useful? And ultimately, I don't know if it can be rolled into their forecasting efforts, but obviously this is a need, and I think it would apply in the Gunnison Basin and in other places too, if this goes well. You don't have to go into a ton of detail, but I would just like to make sure that this is not something they're going to reject because they didn't have it say up front.
Well, it's tough to address the question without going to painful detail, but I think the short answer, unfortunately, is no. They will not be able to use 2 years of data to update their models. So, but there is a lot of benefit in understanding the system conceptually, and then down the road, if we can maintain this, they typically want about 10 years of data to have a statistical correlation that's defensible. We're doing this in other areas here in the Roaring Fork, and NRCS and other federal agencies that you mentioned are doing this, and everybody unfortunately does it differently. So soil moisture is a very tricky thing to monitor and to understand. The River Forecast Center is trying to update their models, but these data are not directly ingested into the
So this group has been working with the CDRC project both the system forecasting as well as the NRCS. And so all of these probes and all this data will be shared directly with those entities,
Okay,
as well as be posted online.
so they're not listed as a funder, but they've been talking.
Absolutely. And so the idea is that when they get the 10 years of data, it will be incorporated. And so they have been facilitating with all this. The intent is to build through that 10 years and keep going into a longer period of record. So this is just getting it funded for 2 years to get it up and running. But it would be a longer program as envisioned.
And that's why I wanted to, thank you, Madam Chair. That's why I wanted to bring this up, that this isn't a one-time deal, just like the tamarisk removal or the phreatophyte removal isn't a one-time deal. So we could expect to see something come back, I'm assuming.
I think it's possible, Director Curry, and I think your questions are good. And just to maybe expand one piece on your earlier question of part of the benefit of having CW3E as a strong partner is that they are one of the top-notch research institution that's been looking at these questions early on of how do we at the get-go make sure the data is in the correct format to be usable by these models. And so like Brendan said, they've been having these conversations at the get-go. In terms of long-term funding, I think this has been a strong benefit of the community funding partnership to step in at the early stages of these endeavors and to get some of these, whether it's a pilot project related to non-functional turf or a soil moisture network off the ground. And part of what we encourage the local coalition to do is include as part of this funding award a strong development of a long-term funding plan. And so looking to our federal partners, especially if they can see the strong local investment from local and state partners to get this off the ground, that it will make them that much more competitive for federal funding for the next stages of this. So I think it's possible, but what we've encouraged them again is we try not, our intention with the CFP is not to get into annual funding programs, and we're really encouraging folks and local partners to develop long-term funding strategies.
Other comments, questions? Get a motion?
Staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Curry, second by Beckley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And a note for the record that Director Munger did abstain. All right. And then just a note, it seems like all four of these projects are really sort of demonstration, replicable projects that can have a bigger effect on the district than just their current locations. That's very exciting.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to move on to information and outreach and external affairs. Team wants to come up.
Is everybody good without a break? We've got pick up our lunch coming up at 12:30.
These guys might even be faster than 12.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes to clear too.
Well, yeah, we'll make this pretty quick. Marielle and I enjoyed our INO committee meeting with those directors who were kind enough to attend at 7:30 this morning. So we do appreciate your time there and your alertness. If you have questions about what we're doing in depth, I encourage you all to reference the INO committee meeting attachment, which we have, which kind of lays out quite a few of the important talking points and our priorities in the upcoming year. So just to review quickly, if you check out that handout for further questions. One thing that we've changed that we're working on developing are sort of these talking points, which you'll be seeing some of in your inbox, which are going to be high-level talking points that directors and staff can take with them to answer questions or be out in the field with constituents. Another thing that was brought up was just more direct inclusion about events in local directors' communities. And so we've identified that as a priority moving forward to make sure that we are letting you know anytime a staff member will be presenting or communicating with constituents in your district. You can also look for Outlook invitations to our State of the River meetings, which will be going out soon to you as well. All of those dates have been decided. I think there's a little bit of variability for Rangeley still, but we're nailing that down as we speak. And then the annual water seminar, if you want to take note, is September 22nd, still in Grand Junction. So those things are all put on the calendar.
Which of course would make our annual budget meeting the 21st of September in Grand Junction. So,
and if you're looking for those messages right now there. If you go to the director's notice of the meeting, there's a separate place you can click on that brings you to the information and outreach.
We're gonna email those
We'll
out
email
to
it out.
everybody.
Yeah. And then finally, the next upcoming event will be a Water with Your Lunch webinar on February 15th. So just to keep room in the agenda and a time for other discussions, I'm going to leave it at that high level, but I'm happy to answer questions, or Marielle, if you have any for us.
Questions? And Director Vandenbrink is chairing the Information and Outreach Committee.
I do want to say all 5 of the directors appointed to the information outreach actually showed up at 7:30.
7:30.
We were rewarded with quiche and burrito.
Who made it? From a local bakery.
It was really good though.
Good incentive. All right. Thank you very much.
One note, we do have River District hats over here at this table. We'd like every director to leave today with a hat, so you can be officially branded. from the
There
River
are
District.
various styles. It's either that or we're heating a brand up outside in the fire. So whichever one you
The
choose.
cattle shoot reference from yesterday. Yeah. No, please take a hat. Hats preferred.
Right there.
All right. Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank you.
much. Got state affairs and federal.
Moving quickly into the other half of external affairs. Wanted to give you a quick overview on state legislative action at the Capitol. But before we do that, it has been the board's practice to meet bi-weekly during the legislative session. I want to engage in a conversation with you about that. And first, make sure that the board is still open to and willing to meeting with us. Those meetings are critically important to us as staff for developing timely positions and our ability to act quickly at the Capitol. So unless I hear otherwise, we will plan on our first bi-weekly meeting in 2 weeks from tomorrow.
That date.
That date is February 2nd.
So we'll just keep doing it
Thursday,
over and
February
over.
2nd at noon. Stephanie will be in charge of sending out the calendar invites for you, along with notices for the meeting, just because we do have to notice it publicly. And with that said, I wanted to engage in a conversation with you about some requests we've gotten from, and the request came to Andy, so I may lean on him a little bit here, but we were getting some requests during this interim session from entities in the Grand Valley that desired to have a venue where they might have a little bit more say in how we as a West Slope engage on policy at the state level. We've always been open to having members of the public and interested parties at our bi-weekly meetings, but we've not necessarily opened it up for public comment on specific pieces of legislation prior to the board's vote on a either staff recommendation or some other position. Andy and I have talked about this and we see it as an important piece of constituent outreach to make sure that our water users and conservancy districts and utilities in the West Slope are aware of the work we're doing. And I will say in defense of staff, I think we've done a good job of always copying them on our staff analysis, making sure they're aware of the recommendations that we're making to the board, and they're certainly aware of the board positions because that's made public both on a bi-weekly basis and in our quarterly memos. I think there is a desire by some to have that more active engagement with the board during those bi-weekly meetings. I leave it to you to tell me how you would like that to look, but Andy may have a vision he'd like to share with you.
Yeah, I have a bit of a recommendation, just some background. I think that what we're talking about is our bi-weekly meetings, basically, if it's a legislative matter, staff presents our recommendation. There's a discussion by the board, maybe some questions of staff, discussions, a motion, and an action by the board. And what we're talking about is just modifying that slightly, which is staff recommendation, having the chair open it up for public comment based on staff recommendation. An opportunity for staff to respond to any public that may have, or respond to the board about what the public may have said. And then the board would take action. And the idea here is, clearly, one, we're a public entity. Two, we have, as Zane said, to the extent that someone has expressed an interest in these meetings, we have put them on a list and sent them and the staff memo, the notice, the agenda of these meetings on a regular basis. We'd like to formalize that perhaps and ask you, because we've got this request that happened to come out of Mesa County. We'd like to ask you to talk to your water users in your counties and just make sure they're aware of these meetings. If they're interested, have them contact either Zane or Stephanie by email. And we can put them on the list, which really is 2S. One, they get the notice and agenda when it comes out. And then you'll remember, Zane's always kind of last minute, only because things move fast at the state legislature. But he then sends out a memo, usually the night before, maybe a day before, of the recommended action summaries of what's going on. We would send that same thing to all of the people who asked to be on the list. Right? And it's not much different than we're doing right now. It's just an opportunity to make sure that we're also, being responsive to constituent concerns and sometimes heading off some disagreement that may be perceived between us and some of our constituents. If we include them in this conversation, they actually have that opportunity. And it's something, I'll be clear, that was expressed very clearly to me as a desire. The idea, I will just say, first came in that someone thought that they needed to set up a whole new organization that dealt with West Slope water legislative lobbying, and wanted to set it up separate from the district. My perspective is that we were set up 85 years ago to do that. And if we aren't doing it right now, then we need to improve our system. And that's why we're recommending this change. You just want your take. It may mean that your meetings go a little bit longer, or it may not, but just.
Director Vandenbrink.
Just one thing, if you could give us a general format of maybe a memo or something, then we can just zip it around to an email in our county. That'd be the easiest thing for me to do, with a link that they can contact you to get registered on, so.
Director
Well,
McGinnis.
I'm trying to figure out whether they want a seat at the table and if we're gonna put a time limitation. There's some individuals down there that consider themselves water users that will extend those meetings well beyond an hour. They will mistake themselves as wearing a River District director hat. And there are plenty of AGNC, municipalities, the local representatives, they all have these kind of things.
Yep.
And once you put this into place, then you're gonna have the issues. Can somebody from out of town now participate? And I just think whoever's gonna chair that, and plus the fact, that's a precious hour for a lot of us in the middle of a workday, to say these meetings could go on. I
hear you. These are, constituents from Mesa County. I can just tell you that the people who approached me were the heads of Ute Water, Grand Valley. We're talking about institutional water users that are really interested in participating more, not alleged water users, but actual water users.
So what are they asking for? Are they asking that they have?
They're asking for exactly what I just laid out. They would like to be heard if they want to speak and recommend, or have the board hear them before our board takes a position. They're not asking to vote. They're not on our board. They are asking for comment.
Andy, are you thinking of moving to Zoom and thinking it's hard to know who wants?
We've been doing these on Zoom actually for a year or so now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I want their participation, and obviously the names you mentioned to me are people we'd like are critical.
But be ready for some others that
Oh, I-
consider
There's a
themselves.
mute button.
You and I know- you and I know in particular, one individual.
We can, if we have people who are unable to be appreciative of others' time, we can set time limits. Board has done that before. We can control that. And actually Zoom's a great way to do it.
And what we did at the Mesa Commissioners is we had that period, but we strictly limited to 2 or 3 minutes. And we also, and what saved us a lot of grief is we kind of put out a little note, here's how we handle this ahead of time. You each get 2 minutes, and if it's already been said, please don't say it again, and so on, because I know some people down there be very anxious, and along your other line, as I mentioned, and that's why I was watching some of the community funding. Based on some of these letters that some of these people, in particular one, that are bringing to the different municipalities and boards, they kind of outline their mission. And their mission really kind of comes into our territory, so to speak, and I'm not trying to be territorial, but the River District was formed 85 years ago for this. And I have to be careful, I think. This crisis has created, in my opinion, this crisis created, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting yesterday, kind of a platform for people to say, hey, we want to be the 800-pound gorilla on the Colorado River, and let's do some fundraising and so on. So
We've got Director Whitmore, Director Gray, and then Director Munger. No, oh, sorry. Right, Director Gray.
So I just want to make sure I understand, we're gonna, which I would agree with, we're just going to have a public comment period. And then, but not a participation in the board discussion.
Just a public comment period. And after public comment, staff would just ask that you give us the ability to respond to public comments so that you give us kind of a rebuttal if there's, especially if there's a disagreement about staff's recommendation. We'd like to be able to explain why we either stick to our recommendation, or if we hear something from a water user that would change our recommendation. I just think it's important that we maintain that ability, and then the board is the board that votes and directs us to do these things. And there have been a couple of times where we've, in the last few years, taken positions contrary to some of our water users. It'd be great if there may be times where we have to do that, but it'd be great if we actually heard from them as we're taking those positions, and we're able to make it clear and understand where they're coming from before you all take your positions. That's all.
I can leave that.
Director Munger and then Zane.
So I'll be real quick. I support the concept. I think it's all right. I don't want them to take over our meeting. It needs to be our meeting. There's other opportunities, Water Congress and paid lobbyists that, so we know where they're at. So I think we need to maintain our control of our meetings, and our chair will do that very adequately, I believe. And so I'm all right with opening and have a public comment on the bills, whatever, but we need to keep it brief and move on.
Thank you, Director Munger. Zane.
I was just gonna say, from a staff perspective, we value the dialogue that we get to have with the board, and often on more complex bills, after a recommendation of background and analysis is presented, we engage with council and general manager and myself in a back and forth. I would hope that we can preserve the ability to do that as well.
And I would also say, by the way, I don't know if everybody notices on our legislative calls, just like on our call today, we have people, public members on those calls, both from within our district, and we have people from outside the district. In fact, organizations that have interest directly opposed to us on the positions we're taking on those legislative issues. That happens already. That's the nature of a public meeting. That's okay. So we're just asking for some slight adaptations so that we can meet the requests from some of our water users. That's trying to be responsive.
Just one caution when we look to rebuttal. I think there's value in just having public comment, heed it, move on.
There's also a time where it might be.
I know.
I'm just rebutting you, that's. Yeah.
I've experienced that to where these gorillas come in.
Yeah.
And it's very disruptive to my abilities to function and my board's ability to function.
Might I suggest we kind of try this out and review it at our second quarterly meeting?
Yeah, I just want to make clear, it's a public meeting. I don't object to that. I know people, that's the law. I'm just saying that at the county, we actually had a couple people pull up a chair at the table when we first started some of these kind of meetings. And I think that we just watch out for the invitation. It's tough to retract it once you make it. So control the meeting is going to be critical.
I'll bring my gavel.
Easily done. And the mute button.
All right, do you want to vote on this or just? Okay.
Just direction.
Okay. All right.
It's your meeting, you can run it however you want, Madam Chair.
I think people are.
Thank you.
uh,
I appreciate that. Unless there are major questions you have from my state affairs memo, I'll just go through a few highlights. Of course, the General Assembly reconvenes beginning of last week. So the 120-day calendar is set and ticking. We will be out by May 8th, I believe, barring some unforeseen disruption, or maybe they get their work done early. So that being said, as I noted in my memo to you, this is the most partisan General Assembly that we've ever seen in Colorado. In the House, we Democrats have a 46 to 19 supermajority, and in the Senate, they are a seat shy. They have 23 of the 35 seats in the Senate. That will make our job more difficult at times, especially when you consider the addition of new seats in the urban front range. It's going to be an interesting and quick, and I expect a difficult session in some areas. Here on the Western Slope, we have a number of new faces. Megan Lukens will represent House District 26. Rick Taggart was elected to represent House District 55 in Grand Junction. And Elizabeth Velasco was represented here to represent House District 57, replacing Dylan Roberts. Since my memo was written, former Representative Perry Will was appointed to fill the seat vacated by Bob Rankin on January 2nd. And Dylan Roberts was, of course, elected to Senate District 8. Staff has done outreach to each of the new and returning members within the River District delegation, and is looking forward to working with all of them. I do, even when I consider the challenges of the makeup of this General Assembly, I have faith that our relationships with our members here on the West Slope will be critical. So I noted in my memo also Representative McCluskey of Summit County is the new speaker. So it's great to have a speaker from the West Slope for the first time since Representative Russ George was in that seat. We've engaged with her already and look forward to having someone in the speaker's office that we can go to and that understands the importance of West Slope water. Representative Catlin will continue to serve as vice chair, and so we're glad to have him there as well. I think we're all aware of most of the governor's budget proposal as it relates to water and funding of the new positions there. I did want to bring up one issue that's come up since my memo was written, and that's the governor's calls for more property tax relief. This is something that is a conversation that's been ongoing. I think the legislature has provided property tax relief in some form for each of the last 3 years. Governor Polis is requesting an additional 200 million in property tax relief over the next 2 years. That combined with what the legislature is proposing would bring it to a total of 900 million over the next 2 years to, if I may say so, slap a temporary Band-Aid on a long-term problem. For us, that's important because, and I may lean on Ian or Andy here, but we've crunched the numbers internally. Ian and Audrey were able to make some, I think, conservative assumptions related to how the governor's proposal would impact us by limiting the increase in assessments. And it would mean as much as a 1.6, if not more than a $1.6 million hit to our revenue in the year to come. And we're just one district. There are plenty of others that will be severely impacted by these proposals. That being said, I think the bottom line right now is that we're watching this very closely. Our contract lobbyist, Gail Berry, has those relationships with the Joint Budget Committee, engaging with the JBC chair on our behalf. And the bottom line is that it's still very much a moving target. The governor has made his budget proposal. The legislature and the JBC have different ideas, so they're certainly not falling in line at this point. But it is, I think, a meaningful threat to our revenue source and our ability to do our jobs that we've got to take seriously, and we'll keep you apprised of the situation.
Can I ask a question in that regard? So on this revenue thing, first of all, this is gonna hit our homeowners hard. This is a big increase coming down the road. So what would, if this increase weren't in place, we still have additional revenues coming in over, I mean, we anticipated additional revenue. So this isn't like it's taken out of our current budget or what we anticipated happening, correct?
No, this is based on the budget that Ian prepared, that you approved in October, and it had the future 2023. It held the revenue flat between 2023 and 2024. So you would not see a decline in that anticipated revenue for what Ian projected in 2024, but in reality, the difference between what we anticipate where that increase in revenue would have been, which is, just to be really clear, our voters actually approved to Bruce and at the same time voted to remove Gallagher. And that difference is about a $1.6 million spread. Yes, it is. That 1.6 would come out of both residential and commercial property owners. So it's taxpayer dollars. Yes. So you can look at it from both sides of the equation. For a district like ours that just recently went to the voters and asked for permission for the tax increase, we're not actually getting what we asked for if the governor's proposal goes through.
But when we went to the taxpayers with that, we didn't anticipate that Gallagher would be gone at the time. Gallagher came in and went out, what, a year ago or two?
It occurred at the same time, same election.
Okay. We're gonna hear about this tax increase, and it's gonna be, we're talking about affordable housing and our people can't even buy it. It's coming. And I just want to separate what is kind of ending up kind of being a windfall because of the formula to us and what we really anticipated budget. So I appreciate that. If we can help on that, we probably should, because I think we do have an obligation. And it's great money for us to watch the property tax on our constituents and our commercial buildings too. Anyway, okay. Thank you.
Our mills only happen.
All right. Next, let's just move into the one bill you have in front of you for consideration. I sent this out, I believe, on Sunday evening. This is an easy one. This is a bill that the River District has always supported. And I will note it doesn't require a lot of staff resources to ensure its passage, but it is the annual resolution identifying and submitting the list of selected water projects for funding eligibility under approval under the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. The bill number is HJR 23-1007, water projects eligibility list. Unless there are questions, staff recommends support.
Questions for Zane?
That resolution will be presented on 23rd. Jag and water.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, moved by Winery, second by McGinnis. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes. Thanks, Zane.
Sorry, one last update on your bill. You've already taken a position on at the last quarterly meeting because it was an interim committee recommendation. HB 231010 was the interim committee bill that would have created a task force to create the feasibility of implementing water storage in high altitude areas. That bill was postponed indefinitely, largely because the chief proponent, Representative Hugh McKean, sadly passed away this summer. And those others that had their names on it. I don't think we're up to speed on the issue. I don't think the issue is dead. I'm sure we will hear more about it from members. But this bill, as a vehicle, has the remaining sponsors have decided to postpone it indefinitely. That's all on state affairs.
So we don't have a bill yet, but kind of brief us on where you see it heading, the governor on taking planning control to the state level. So not Hickenlooper, but the governor was asked the other day, and one of his responses, well, why does it matter where the authority is? Was his response. So what are you hearing about that? That could have a lot of
We
consequences.
saw a lot of news last night after the governor highlighted it in his state of the state address. I think the point that most reporters jumped on was the fact that the last time the state had any comprehensive overhaul of planning was in the late 70s. I think we're going to see the same forces come to bat against that we've always seen, be it CML or CCI or others that have skin in the game. So that is one of those issues that is also very much a moving target. I would expect that if the governor highlighted it in the way he did yesterday and saw the press response that he saw, and he did tie water to planning.
What did he say? What did he say? What?
I have it in front of me. I was messaging with a colleague yesterday.
That's all right, Madam Chair.
But it's certainly.
Have to be verbatim.
Quote, just as the future of our state is tied to housing, it is also tied to water. Water is life in Colorado. He goes on to maybe this is the wrong quote. And I'm sorry, why don't I pull his quotes from the state of the state address and send them to you? And then, but we do not have any specific legislative proposal at this point. So,
If you stay on top, I'd like.
Happy to.
Stay on and let us know.
So you can update us on our legislative call for February 2nd.
Thank you.
That'd be great. All right, federal affairs.
Federal affairs on the front burner right now is a trip that I'll be taking with Andy Mueller and Amy Moyer on Monday and Tuesday of the coming week to meet with our two Senate offices, as well as leadership at the Bureau of Reclamation, at USDA, and at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I think we've got a number of federal priorities in each of those areas. The conversations ongoing with the Bureau are obvious. With the Fish and Wildlife Service, we'll be talking specifically about the reauthorization of the Upper Colorado Recovery Endangered Fish Recovery Program. I think that is going to sadly be one of those programs that encounters more headwinds than it deserves in a divided Congress. But we'll have our job cut out for us to make sure that folks in the majority in the House understand why this is important to protecting our ability to develop our water in Colorado and in the upper basin as a whole. And in the Senate majority, making sure they understand that this helps us comply with the Endangered Species Act. And so we'll have, that is certainly a federal priority for us in the 118th Congress, and glad we will have the ear of leadership within the Fish and Wildlife Service Director's office on Monday. I think that meeting's on Tuesday morning. At USDA, we'll be briefing Secretary Vilsack's Chief of Staff, as well as the Chief of Staff from what's known as the FPAC mission area. That's food production and conservation, specifically on NRCS priorities, PL 566, Farm Bill priorities, and the ongoing work that staff is doing related to the Lower Gunnison project. So beyond that, I think it's just important, and one of my goals and objectives is that I and others from the district are out in DC at least on a quarterly basis to make sure that these folks know we're here, we're working, and we're in need of assistance in some
You're
areas.
gonna meet with the Congresswoman over.
We have a request and we have.
I think that'd be really important for obvious reasons.
I agree.
You're gonna need to work on that one.
And she was a co-sponsor of the temporary extension of the Upper Colorado Recovery Program in its last Congress alongside Representative Goose. Both of those offices are aware of our skin in the game there, not only the district, but the West Slope as a whole. So I see that as a great bipartisan policy priority that the Congresswoman should be in a position to change.
I can help with your request with the meeting. Also, I think it'd be important to meet with our new state representative here, who when asked in a debate about the doctrine of prior appropriation, didn't know anything about it. So it'd be,
yes,
this is a good time to reach out. Work and help educate.
Questions on federal affairs? I think gave you an overview of the midterm results, which we're all very well aware of at this point. I would just highlight the omnibus package that passed in the waning hours of the last Congress did include three of our priorities. One, Senate Bill 3693, which is the temporary one-year extension of the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program, gave us a little bit more time to continue negotiating the feds and all the various stakeholders there. Those negotiations, last update I got, and I don't think Raquel's in the room, but last update. Oh, you are. There you are. Sorry about that. It sounds like those negotiations are going well. Tom Pitts, which is the water users representative, continues to do an excellent job in that arena. I was on the phone with him earlier today, and it sounds like things are going well. It's going to be different because we can no longer rely on those hydropower revenues to provide the lion's share of funding for that program. And so as it stands, it looks like the feds come in to start with the lion's share. And at a certain point, the Fed contributions are going to have to ramp down while the state contributions ramp up. But I don't think a deal is inked yet, but that's the best available intel I have.
We have a question from Director Munger or a comment.
Yeah, so real quickly, Zane, so can I call you and have a conversation with you? And if you're gonna have the ear of the two senators, we're having some problems with Forest Service and Forest Service permits. And then having a 1988 plan for our Routt County Forest Plan. And so, we're trying to develop like a 2,000 increase yield on Yamcola Reservoir, and the Forest Service has absolutely told us we will not consider anything other than a recreation permit. So we'll let bikes out there, but we won't want to have any and make any more water. So I'd like to have a conversation with you or Andy, and maybe we could. I don't know. We're kind of wits end on what this is, and then they came back and increased our rates by triple. We have Bennett Rayleigh helping us on our rental rate for Yamcola Reservoir as well. So, but anyhow, if you guys might mention some of that, I'd call you and have a conversation.
I would be happy to, and that's the kind of thing we can bring up in the secretary's office when we're there. And you can call me anytime, Representative Munger.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Foreshadow.
I like that.
The second bill in the omnibus package that got final approval was the Colorado River Basin Conservation Act that enables or reauthorizes for a period of 4 years the System Conservation Pilot Program. It did not appropriate, but the Inflation Reduction Act appropriated funding towards SCPP projects in the Upper Basin. So finally, a small tweak, but important to at least a few water users that we've talked to here on the West Slope, including Eagle River Water and Sanitation District. The Bureau Small Storage Project used to have a limitation, a minimum of 2,000 acre feet for small storage projects. That program was authorized and funded within the bipartisan infrastructure package. The senator from Idaho was able to secure a slight tweak to that to essentially create a minimum size now of 200 acre feet. We've heard of interest for projects on the Grand Mesa that were below the 2,000 acre foot minimum, but still of importance to water users both in Mesa and Delta counties. We've heard from Eagle County and others. So we look forward to hopefully being able to take advantage of that program now that that tweak is in place. And what we consider to be small or important storage now may fit into the definitions of the Bureau. That's all I've got.
That's it. Any other questions for Zane? Thank you very much.
We have lunch walking in the door right now. It's gonna be set up down here. At the pleasure of the board. Work through lunch, or you can, whatever direction.
What's your pleasure? Should we work through lunch and get out of here quicker? Yes. Okay. So grab some lunch, take a short break. Let's try to reconvene at 12:30.
I would encourage all board members to grab a hat off the back table over there too. River District hats for increasing our brand awareness.
All right. Yep, we're starting.
Fair play.
All right, if you're still gathering your stuff, could rejoin us?
Good luck.
All right, we are starting off with our 2023 policy review. And if you're looking in your packet, it starts on page 357.
Okay. As always, our board policies, when they're up for review, they seem to be incredibly timely. This year, the 4 policies eligible for edits, readoption by the board according to your own policy are interstate marketing, water infrastructure and programs funding, Colorado River compacts and entitlement, and lastly, Trans Mountain Water. So, again, very timely, and staff per usual has provided some suggested updates. Those are reflected in red lines in your packet. Stephanie will have them up on the screen as well. This first meeting is really an opportunity for you to review policies and I think, the additions provided by staff in these 4 policies, and provide your feedback and direction, and we can come back to you at the second quarterly meeting with something that hopefully encapsulates where you want to go with this, even if it isn't where staff went. With that, I'll turn it over to you. Our proposed changes to interstate water marketing. Not a lot of red ink, just one addition to the statement, and another what I see as pretty straightforward addition to the background and discussion section.
Any comments, questions? Director Whitmore.
I think this is really good additional language. I think it strengthens the policy statement. I don't have any concerns. I'm very supportive of these additions.
Any other comments? Looks like you've got a lot of head nods and support on this one.
Without any recommended requests, we'll bring this back to the board for final consideration at the second quarter. Second policy on your list is funding water infrastructure and programs. No changes to the policy statement here, although staff did, with the help of the infrastructure team and others at the staff level, struck one small section and then added a couple of, I think, updates to the background and discussion section really related to the recent federal action, the bipartisan infrastructure package and the Inflation Reduction Act. All of those, both of those appropriate dollars for more than 3 years. So we saw them as relevant for the life of this version of the policy.
Director Vandenbrink. Oh.
No, I was, yeah, it's one of those. Anyway, I guess when I've been looking at more of these infrastructure and funding for programs, but it's wonderful to have the infrastructure for these programs, but a lot of the problems with the funding is, and it's not because of what I'm doing as a project, it's because of the permitting fees that they get thrown in there too. The permitting is getting so extraneous that you can't do projects. The permitting's pricing you out doing projects. And that was a little rural water project that I was trying to do. The permitting got ridiculous. Is there somehow we can insert something like that in?
I would be happy to work to develop some language specific to permitting fees and how those can price out our smaller, more rural communities from pursuing meaningful projects.
Yeah.
Unless there are objections, but I would be happy to draft something and bring it.
Depends on that addition. Other comments?
Third policy for your review is the Colorado River Compacts and Entitlements. Some minor changes provided by Andy and Peter to the policy statement, and then some substantial additions to the background section or reorganization and addition to background and discussion section of the policy.
Comment from this one. Right, all these seem very critical for this. Yeah.
And lastly, for your review is the Trans Mountain water diversions. Staff provided some changes to, and I believe these changes represent a bit of a shift in tone within the actual policy statement. So we're comfortable with that. In my short tenure at the Maine district, I have seen a shift in tone as it relates to Trans Mountain diversions. I believe that enough is enough, and I wanted to develop language for you that without being over the top, but I read the statement as it was drafted prior to these edits. I felt as though the tone was a bit accommodating, and so struck some of the reference to historical willingness to consider, and really tried to reinsert some of the things that we talk about more often about representing and protecting the water interests of our constituents. And so those are the changes that have been made. I will accept your.
So this, do we feel like it's strong enough?
I just have a
Director
question.
Gray, yeah.
I guess it's on page 364 of the PDF. Am I on the wrong, on my?
The TMD water diversion policy is on 367.
So we skip, or maybe, obviously.
I knew it was too easy.
Colorado-
We can go back if we need to.
Colorado River Compacts and Entitlements. I thought we were still there.
Yep, let's go back there.
So then, just a question. The paragraph that begins with new West Flow Colorado River water uses. Any use, and we still have the state of Colorado where anyone who could put permanent beneficial use of the right to water. So any one of those, you could say, well, that will increase the risk of compact curtailment. And yet, do we want to get into that conversation, and it might then guide our grant program or anything where someone's project may mean a little bit more consumptive use. And of course, if it is, then a little more consumptive use. Increased risk of compact curtailment. So I'm not sure I like that.
I'm happy to strike that or try to revise with council and staff and see if we can come up with something better.
Well, that's my opinion.
Would you advocate?
I mean, I guess, Tom, I would just to play devil's advocate a little bit. You know, it's a delicate balance because we represent both senior pre-compact water users and newer water development projects within our district. But given the horizon that we can see a compact, compact violation or compact administration occurring, to the extent that junior rights are developed without minimizing that impact, what that does pretty clearly is put our senior pre-compact water rights at risk due to what we all recognize and talked about previously about the risk of our of the cities and Trans Mountain Diversion partners exercising its preference and coming over and condemning or purchasing water rights to augment their junior completions. And so if we're willing to say no, we remove that, what we're saying is we'll support new water development on the west slope and recognize that it may pose risk to the compact, to accelerating a potential compact violation, but that's just the way we view our right to develop water. And I just want to throw that out there, that it does have consequences on our existing senior water users.
Fair enough. It's probably not, for me, it's not the specific hard line statement of so many of our other policies. It just feels like a contradiction and the beginning of it. I know exactly what you're saying, it's all true, but we've even argued in the case of some in-stream flow filings, the CWCB, there should be allowable some de minimis development. And I guess I'm just taking that any development, even as small as it may be, you could make the argument that it could increase the risk. So why do we need to make a statement at all? I don't think we should make the opposite statement. We can just in my opinion. But if the other directors don't see it that way, or think I'm nitpicking, then that's fine too.
What do you think about the addition of Trans Mountain? That second red sentence.
Whether I see
Leave that in or?
hypocritical, is that what you're saying?
No. I mean.
I like
it's
that.
Different, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
But,
different.
Yeah, I do think it's.
Director Curry.
Thank you. You raised a good point. And I'm thinking about the reservoir project in your neck of the woods, Director Van den Brink. How do you minimize the risk of compact curtailment? Do you store at times where it would, like, how do you actually do that?
Well, I think the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District tried to do that by storing water for compact compliance purposes and ran in headstrong into the state of Colorado, who opposed them on that point. And Alden just explained that he, rather than fight with them for the next 10 years in court, walked away from that claim despite having a district court judge agree with him on that claim.
Oh, I understand better.
So
Okay.
that's,
Okay.
he was trying.
I speak?
Don't want to speak for you, but.
We're not done.
How did the rest of the directors feel about Director Gray's suggestions to delete that first sentence in that paragraph?
Well,
Yes.
Pointing it out doesn't help. But when I also read it, it says in a manner that minimizes. And it's not cut and dry that says you will not. It does leave an opportunity for this to be adjusted and allow the individual to say, here's what I am doing, a project that takes that into consideration of no injury. It's also, if you're looking at for a reservoir, it's a matter of when you fill it or when you use that water. Because that river may not be under administration all the time. There's free river conditions that happen on every river during spring runoff.
So would you count the evaporation from your reservoir being minimal? Increasing the risk.
I would say that's extremely minimal. Evaporative losses from a reservoir, depends on the size of it.
So you would, and you might be right, you'd say, well, that's a minimal risk to compaction.
Yes.
I had just what I thought might be the clarification of the language of that first sentence. That apologize to anyone who didn't catch this first time I looked at it, but we might say that new West Slope water uses must be developed in a manner that minimizes the risk or maybe say any risk created by the new development of compact curtailment to existing uses. As it's written, it could be interpreted to require that the project development minimize existing risk. I don't think we're talking about, we're talking about the risk of the project, any potential risk created by
Minimizes
that specific project.
Maybe minimizes additional.
Correct, any additional risk created by that. And that is to distinguish that from TMD sentence, which is no new TMD can increase the risk.
Must to should in that first sentence. But
That's up to the board.
legal risk.
It should be developed. Yeah, must, should instead.
Should and refer to new development in the first sentence. All right, thanks, Tom, for that catch.
That will work to re-edit in a way that absolutely I didn't bring it back in Q2.
Thank you.
Last one is Trans Mountain diversions, and as I said, I think there are some, at least to staff, relatively minor changes, but those changes do change the tone of that paragraph. So we're here. Following your lead on this.
That's, yeah, I like the new tone as well. And I think it reflects an actual change in the board and staff approach.
Well, I think it represents a hydrologic reality that has been recognized by the board and staff. I don't think it's something they're just coming up with. Trans Mountain diversions are 100% depleted, and they do pose a risk in this era of low flows to both our state's ability to comply with the compact and to our water users and the health of our rivers on the west.
I'd also say that those two sentences together are effectively a restatement, if you will, of the principle 4 under the conceptual Colorado Water Plan, conceptual framework under the Colorado Water Plan.
Points of light.
Yeah, you can- yes, yes, yeah. 7 points of light. think they moved off of that, but.
So you have the direction that you need.
I do.
Thank you very much.
It seems like we've got 3 that will come back to you for final review and some additional changes to the Colorado River Compact.
Be a record for getting.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, we have project operations and updates. These are 3 of these 4 you had marked for a shorter discussion.
We have, but you know, you've saved so much time.
Time, yeah.
You guys can hang around all afternoon and talk to Hunter about what he's proposing. Or we can go relatively quickly.
Water marketing policy.
Well, it's Hunter, I'm sorry, I said Hunter, but it's also Ian.
Hunter, you can take it. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Ian and John. Hunter's up after these guys, sorry, my mistake.
Don't be shy.
Water marketing rates.
Well, good afternoon, directors. So here to talk about our annual pricing increase on our water marketing. Now, it's not a shock to anybody that inflation is super high, and we follow the CPI plus the net growth index for an allowable increase. And this year, the CPI is 8%. That's a projection as of December. And the net growth index is 1.58% for a total of 9.58. And staff is recommending a 9.5% increase to our water marketing, which is higher than we've seen in the last 10 or 12 years. We're also recommending an increase to the annual operations and maintenance adjustment for contracts entered into prior to 2006. Those contracts are adjusted every 5 years. And the cumulative adjustment is 18.5, I think, and we're recommending an 18% increase to the O&M on those prior to 2006 contracts. So I also want to just mention that, you know, over the past 12 years or so, we've only recommended and you guys have approved an increase equal to the CPI plus the local growth index on 3 occasions. The other years, the increase has been below the total of the CPI and the net growth index. I don't have Don down here, but he did assist in writing this memo. So at that point, I'd like to open it up for discussion. If there's any.
Director McGinnis and Director
You're
Gray.
right. So the 18%, because it's only adjusted every 5 years.
That's right. And we take the cumulative increase over those 5 years. You're welcome.
Director Gray.
Well, I don't know if my question would be more for Ian or I was just wondering on the AMPA marketing. In channel uses was changed from 1 to 5 years to 5 years only, and I was just wondering.
1 to 5 years to 5 years only.
What it looks like.
Hunter, you got any input on that? You've been involved.
That's on page 382.
Of the,
Yeah.
that's, we'll get to that next.
Okay.
Not there yet.
So this is just the increase.
Yes, the increase.
And then we'll talk about it's the in-channel changing, but it sounds like you see it's changing.
So the You can see the changes in the proposed pricings on page 370. $371 has the 18%.
So I would just say, we recognize these are significant changes, increases. Reality is, we're not immune to inflation at all. We're getting hit with it every time we turn around. And it costs us a lot of money to provide this water. Over the time that we've been marketing water, the board has chosen at times to not have the increase match the board's policy. You certainly have that discretion. Ian and I chatted about this and really gave it a lot of thought. And the reality is our costs are escalating, and I think water users are seeing costs escalate all around them. I'm not saying that means that it's the right thing, but I am saying that are we the ones should we help absorb the cost of inflation that water users are experiencing, or are we right to pass those cost increases along to our water users? That's really the question in front of the board. On the 5-year contract, I certainly feel fairly strongly about having folks pay the increase in O&M. Those contracts are all pre-2006. We don't even enter into contracts like that anymore. So it's a different scenario. I think it's fair because those are, actual costs that we're incurring.
Yes, Director Curry.
Thank you. I should know this, but I don't. Do we pretty much sell all the water? Do we have a good demand for our?
We've had a growing demand, and I think Brendan is going to hit that next on the in-channel. I mean, if you recall, 2018 was the first year that our board allowed in-channel leases. The in-channel lease revenue accounts for about 25% of our lease revenue. And we've leased more water, although it's not, I guess the total volume of water leased has not increased tremendously. It really has to do with the decrease in the consumptive use that we've seen over time. For instance, we had a large contract this year canceled by an oil and gas company that determined it no longer needed that water. So we're trying to make up that revenue in our enterprise with the in-channel leasing.
So you know where I was going with it, then would that drive down demand for the sales?
Always the question when you're selling a product, right? What's the price sensitivity of the market? That's I think what we're asking.
Yeah.
And at least our determination is, at least my recommendation is that we charge the actual cost of what it is that we're selling, and if people need it, they're gonna lease it.
We can count the rest towards system conservation program.
Oh, there we
Money
go.
for it.
Yeah. Well, we do like to bank the rest in the reservoirs that we have to save it for the next dry year. I mean,
Right.
So it's not.
What about the wholesale water? And they're not increases shown for that. On page 371, Colorado wholesale MNI, and then
That's a fixed rate. I think that that's an older policy, I believe, an older contract that was fixed. I want to say it's pre-2003. Legal team might be able to help me out on that, but that was a fixed number, so that's why that's not reflecting a increase.
Are we able to increase the O&M on those contracts?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, we are.
On that specific one, I don't think we do. I can look into it more, but I don't believe we have increased the O and M on that in the past, as that was a fixed number.
That's the Eagle wholesale M&I.
And Colorado.
Correct. And Colorado.
Peter or Jason, are you aware if we?
I'm not aware of them, but we'll look into it. The change that Ian was talking about was in the 2003 to 2004-05 time frame. Our prior contracts allowed us, and this is explained in the memo, I think, that we could only increase the O and M portion of the contract on a certain schedule. And so we changed that policy back in that time frame to allow the River District to change not only the O and M as that increased, but also the base price of the water for the contract. So we still have some of those pre 2003, 2004, 5, that time frame contracts. And contractors that have those contracts are, they like them because we can't increase the underlying price of them. We can increase the O&M component, but not the underlying price. If you're post that date, then, the contract is subject to variation for both the O&M and the base price.
So we do have a request on the table to approve contract pricing increase of 9.5% and the prior to 2006 5-year contracts and 18%. Presume you could go back and adjust the wholesale ones if that is appropriate. We have a motion or?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to that, but I actually, for discussionary purposes, I had one.
Okay. Do we have a second? And then we'll have discussion. Second, all right.
So
Motion by
without-
Winry, second Whitmore. Yeah. go ahead.
Without the motion being a full 9.5% all the way across, there's actually one that's 9%. It's the Colorado River below the Roaring Fork.
I think
So I wanted to clarify. That
should be
that's
25.
all right. So I'll make the motion that stands 9.5%.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, any hands up? No. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the in-channel use water marketing policy revision.
Yes, this is on page 374, where it starts, but actually I want to start on the last page of Ian's memo, which is 373. You'll see that there's a discussion about the in-channel uses and the growth of the in-use channel contracts that we've had over the last couple of years, and that it's now, as Andy alluded, is approaching a third of the water marketing contracts. So the success of this program, we wanted to capture and build on and market. And so staff is recommending that we adjust the policy, which currently limits channel use contracts to 1 year to up to 5 years with an annual approval of the general manager. So that annual approval would allow the general manager to check and make sure that those supplies are there and that we have that we don't have any other issues with giving that water or selling that water for those in-channel uses. If there's another priority that maybe came up within that 5-year term, that we can look at that. And this is similar to what a lot of our contractees have in our contracts for the in-channel use water. If they're looking for a multi-year contract, they typically have an escape clause of their own. So this, I don't see that this would really add any contention or concern from our larger contractees for this in-channel use water.
And when Brendan says the general manager will check and make sure we have enough water, he needs the engineering department will check and then tell the general manager. And then I will approve it or disapprove it based on their professional opinion, just to be clear. Unless you want me to go out and stick a dipstick.
I'm just imagining Andy out there with a 150-foot long stick.
Yeah, come on.
keep Andy away from those dipsticks in the reservoir, but the idea is to extend it, to make it for 5 years. It'll help us with efficiencies. One example of this, we talked about at the last board meeting with Blue Dye Reservoir and the in-channel releases out of there for anchor ice mitigation. We've contracted with the CWCB for the last 5 years for those water uses, and having to come, the paperwork with and the efficiencies could be improved if we allow that a contract that would go for multiple years. Again, we can still, annual approval from our general manager, they probably would have a clause of their own, is what they've looked at. So that would be our recommendation, is to expand that. And in the following attached to the memo, there's also some examples of how we would update the policy for that up to 5 years. And so Director Gray, you had a question?
No, I was misreading. the numbers.
Okay, yeah, so the policy currently said is that it could only be 1 year only, and we are modifying that to up to 5 years. Yes.
And you'll remember, I mean, this was something that happened in January of 2018, which was my first meeting, and staff came to the board and said, hey, we want to try this. And the board said, 1 year, let's do it in 1 year segments and make sure we know what we're doing. 5 years later, we feel like we've got a pretty good handle on it. We've made some good money off of this. We've helped the enterprise. We're going to maintain that annual review to make sure we're protecting our water reserves for consumptive use, and should we need to move around some of our water contracts to get rehabilitation or something, that gives us that ability to do that as well.
If you want to note that we are not recommending any change to the annual maximum amount of contracts that staff would approve or the general manager would approve. So there's still those limits, and almost every in-channel use contract that we've made has exceeded those limits, meaning that it comes before the board for approval. And so just wanted to let you know, a lot of the in-channel uses are larger volumes, typically that requires board approval. And so for on the Colorado River supplies, that's Blue Dye and Woodford, that's 1,000 acre feet. Up on Elkhead, it's 250 acre feet per year. And so just wanting to let you know, you'll likely see a lot of these still come through upon approval or for approval of the 5-year contract. I wanted to let you know that those limits are there.
But what we're trying to do is only make you pay attention once every 5 years instead of every single year having to bring back new contracts.
Let's comment that these have been very beneficial for anchor ice in the Roaring Fork River to be able to have that water purchased and released. Comments, questions? The action item is to amend the water marketing policy to allow multi-year in-channel use contracts for up to 5 years.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Beckley, second by Vandenbrink. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Passes. Thank you very much.
Now, Hunter, it's your turn.
Wolford.
Thank you, board. The first item in my memo is regarding a renewal of our concessionaire contract, the Wolford Mountain project. So Creek Investments currently operates the right area there. We've got a great relationship with them. They've done a really good job and requesting a 2-year extension of that. Part of the adjusted contract will include increased fees. So we've talked to the concessionaire, our staff up there, and looked at the market rates, and like everything else, prices have gone up. So we're reflecting those increases in that contract. And we're also using this as an opportunity to try to shift some of the responsibilities that our staff still does at the rec area to the concessionaire, to try to help our staff focus on some of the other issues up there. So that's the first request, is for board authorization to, board authorization for the GM to approve this contract renewal.
Questions, comments?
Make the motion.
Second. Motion by Vandenbrink, second by Hazard to approve staff recommendation. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. And the second item relates to the Schwab ditch at the Wolford Mountain Project mitigation area. Before I jump into this, I want to give the board a heads up that a few of our project partners are on the call right now. Melly Whiting with TU, Tom Fresk with the BLM, and Corey Egan with Flywater Consulting. Just wanted to give you a heads up that they're joining us today. So as a little background, the Schwab ditch irrigates the large portion of the mitigation area at the project. So that those wetlands were constructed at the beginning of the project to mitigate the loss of wetlands in the surface area of the dam and reservoir. The River District is the primary user of that ditch. We have about 7 CFS that we use there, but we also have downstream neighbors, and we use that ditch to deliver 3 CFS downstream to those neighbors. Part of the diversion includes a check dam. It's a sheet pile check dam that raises the water surface so that we can divert through the ditch our full water right there. Trout Unlimited and CPW have identified that check dam as an impediment to fish passage and also a contributing factor to erosion in that area. So with that in mind, TU has developed a request for proposals to design a new and improved diversion structure there, or at least improve the existing diversion structure. In the interest of being neighborly, we've reached out to our downstream neighbors, Bill George and Bob Galarner, and shared the RFP with them and wanted to get their feedback, and they've expressed some concerns about the improvements. Their concerns are kind of 2 things. One, they don't see a large benefit from this project. And secondly, they're concerned essentially that if it's not broke, why fix it? It's a functioning head gate, it's a functioning diversion structure, and they don't want to see any issues with water so that we can't get their water downstream. So I think we can address those concerns with good engineering and minimizing the changes there. But our staff recommendation is that we not move forward with the project unless we can address the concerns of our downstream ditch neighbors. So I'm not looking for board action on this. I just wanted to get feedback to see if we're on the right track.
Sounds like you are to me.
Okay.
Any other comments from the board, and then we'll see if we have public input on this as well. And if you'd like to say something on the public, just use the raise your hand function and they can call on you. All right, Director Wishart.
Yes, just real quick, I do appreciate the fact that Hunter is reaching out and the board or the staff is reaching out to the ditch right holders below there. I do think that's very important as you move forward with this project, that they do have a say on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Wishart. Melly or Corey, did you have anything you want to add?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I'm just trying to maneuver around the raise your hand and all the little functions here. So appreciate your patience. Yes, I just wanted to maybe emphasize the importance of this project. And we too are very willing and happy that we're talking to the downstream landowners. I just hope that we can make decisions as we move forward based on science and based on information. We have heard alarming things coming from some of the landowners along the lines. Well, I talked to a couple of fishermen and they didn't think this was important. So we don't think this is important. And I think we need to be thoughtful about this. I have invited here, or we have BLM may want to say a thing or two about their interest. It is their land. They are your neighbors, and their wish is to improve the reach of the river where BLM lands are located, just like other landowners had done around them. And, we've been working in partnership with BLM to get that done. There have been concerns expressed about impacts to the ability to divert water. And it's actually, you all have done some of these ditch improvement projects, and quite often it's the opposite. They actually help. And our interest is to make sure that we have a qualified person, and Corey may speak, he's seen the area, and he's done a little bit of analysis on this, and maybe can weigh in, but we think that there would be a huge improvement in the stream, particularly in the BLM reach of the stream, where the way the ditch, the diversion structure is positioned right now, it really is doing some damage to the channel downstream where BLM land is located. And we'd like to just resolve that, and we'd like to have everybody's inputs, but we're a little concerned about going into no, I just don't want to get it done kind of attitude. And I hope the River District will continue to support the effort to get it done. So if you guys don't mind bearing with me, I just like to pass it on maybe first to Tom Frescas from BLM, and then to Corey. Is that okay?
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Yeah, hi, everybody. My camera's not working. I apologize. I'm at a different computer. So yeah, appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Yeah, just wanted to emphasize what Melly said. I think we've got a neat project opportunity to obviously improve the habitat in and around the structure and up and downstream of the Schwab Ditch diversion. And like Melly said, I think our goal would be to certainly, absolutely the primary objective would be to ensure that water delivery is still made. And in fact, we'd like to think that any design that we collectively settled on would facilitate, probably improved delivery of water. So yeah, just there's, importance for the fisheries, for the riparian system there, and just river and stream health in that vicinity. And it's definitely a multi-partner project. We have Parks and Wildlife on board. John Ewert, the local aquatic biologist, is a partner. Obviously Trout Unlimited, Bureau of Land Management. And like I say, we've had some consultants such as Corey and Flywater helping us kind of do some conceptual design work. So I think the main thing is that the RFP, the request for proposal, would be for design work. So it's not actual construction of any projects. It's to design and really tease out what would be best to do at the structure and up and downstream to improve the habitat and the diversion. So a lot of the concerns perhaps would be answered by the consultant who would be, who we would essentially target to help us with the final design. That, again, there'd be iterations that we could review and have collective input and buy-in before a final design selected, and we would go to construction. So I think a lot of the questions could be answered via this RFP, which would be helpful. So, but yeah, as a partner and neighbor, we're just excited to try to move this project forward and improve some of the habitat. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Corey,
Thank you, Tom.
Quickly.
I echo, hello, everybody. Echo what Tom and Melly have said there. Some things that weren't mentioned there was the opening up of habitats and allowing both native fishes and sport fishes to migrate when need is there. And that would open up approximately another 4.2 miles of habitat above the Schwab Ditch for fish to access spawning both upstream and downstream and move around in the system. Localized habitat would be improved, and then some sediment functions of transport would be also improved there. But like Tom said, it's on the front end of flushing out all those elements in design and into work, step in step to ensure the number one goal of water delivery, and then ecological improvements around that.
Thank you. All right, so staff's recommendation is just to follow this and make sure that its users' concerns are met.
Great, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you
being
for-
here.
Well, the last thing is just the future meetings. You'll notice that we do, and what's not on here are our bi-weekly legislative meetings. Stephanie will be sending out meeting invitations via Outlook for all of those. Next time we'll see you in person, hopefully, will be April 18th and 19th. We do have the annual Water Congress coming up. I guess that's as early as next week. We have our State of the Rivers on this chart as well, but as Mario pointed out, they will be sending out calendar invites for all of those as well.
And we have, do we have Eagle County? I think it's scheduled as well.
They're making reservations at CMC. They had to wait for the new year for CMC. So hopefully on the first of but we're not.
So really appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate the fact that you are ending your meeting early.
Nice job, Madam Chair.
Yes. All right. Thanks, everyone. Travel safely. No gas spills on your way home, hopefully.
Yeah.